I'd like to call this meeting to order, and we'll start with land acknowledgement.
The lands we know today as the Township of Centre Wellington have been home to Indigenous peoples since time immemorial. We acknowledge that we are on the treaty lands and the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee. With increasing encroachment by non-Indigenous settlers in the Township of Centre Wellington, the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee could not continue their traditional lifestyle and settled instead in their villages along the Credit River and in the Grand River Valley. These Indigenous nations uphold their treaty rights within our jurisdiction. Today, the Township of Centre Wellington remains home to Indigenous peoples from across Turtle Island. We're grateful to have the opportunity to share and respect Mother Earth and are committed to building constructive and cooperative relationships with Indigenous nations.
Thank you, Councillor Evoy. Addendums and corrections to the agenda?
There are none.
None. Disclosure of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I technically do not have a pecuniary conflict because it's being received for information only, but I just want to, out of the abundance of caution, comment that I do have a conflict with the IPA Power BESS plant, and I will just be receiving it for information today. But thank you.
Thank you for that. We are now going to move into closed session so that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington convene in closed session in accordance with Section 2392E and 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended to consider litigation or potential litigation, including matters before the administrative tribunals affecting the municipality and for the purpose of educating or training of members. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Evoy, a seconder on that. Councillor McDonald. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none. All those in favor? So now we're going to move into closed session and we'll be back at 6. Thank you. Okay, welcome, folks. We're back from closed session, and coming out of there was nothing to come out of closed session, and then we're now heading down to 8 in our overall agenda, presentation and announcements. And at this time, 8.1, I'd like to introduce our artists, Grace Perry, and I see Barb there as well. So welcome. Yep. Hi, Barb. Welcome.
Thank you. Am I on? Can't tell. Okay. Thank you so much again from the Laura Fergus Arts Council for letting us profile one of our fabulous artists. And I know you have a busy agenda, so I don't want to take up much time. I'm just going to let you know that in mid-May, you're going to see 70 artists all over Centre Wellington painting outdoors. It's plein-air time again, so that's what's coming next. But right now, I'm delighted to introduce Grace Perry to you. And Grace is a very fine artist, and I hope you've been enjoying her work. Over to you, Grace.
Welcome, Grace.
Hi. Hi, I'm Grace, and I actually sat in these chairs during the sitting of the last council in the capacity of the Community Advisory Committee and also on the Healthy Growth Committee. And I say that just to tell you that I love Elora, I'm committed to it, and I have lived here for 40 years. I've always been a creative person. Am I okay here? I'm not comfortable with this, obviously. But I did not come to a visual art until midlife. Like many who've experienced painful things in their life, I attempted to find ways to heal and understand I did a lot of pounding of clay to start with. I think I had some anger to work out. I had considerable success in the sale and exhibition of clay work. And as I became more confident as an artist, I wanted to experiment with two-dimensional work. I've had a lot of fun and success with that. My focus is now on collage, and the pieces that you see all back here are paper collage. I begin with blank Japanese paper, which I mark with inks by stamping, printing, layering, and generally just playing with inks on the surface. So I end up with bins and bins of prepared paper. So I start with just blank paper like this, and I move around acrylic inks until I get something that I like. You can see I'm pretty rough with the paper. I do a stencil on it, print, use all kinds of things just to get different surfaces that I like. Generally, I tend to work in series. The two pieces that you see right at the back are what I call my bubble series. And this 2020 is the year that the word bubble took on a whole new meaning. We were all stuck in our individual bubbles. Sometimes the bubbles touched each other, but we were supposed to stay in our bubble. There's words in behind here to indicate there were lots of stories at that time. And I made them colorful simply because we were all doing our best, even if it was a difficult time. So that's the two at the back. As I said, I tend to work in series. A series that I'm very proud of is my Gateway series. And in this series, I cut out a silhouette of the person. Then I actually burn holes in the person. And I repair the holes with gold ink. I mend them. I mend the wounds with paint. The idea is that we're even more beautiful healed. These works are in a variety of formats. They start with small cards, small pieces, and I also have very large pieces as well in this series. And this is a series I'll probably always continue with because it resonates with everyone. We've all been hurt and we all hope to mend beautifully. The works that you see here are in the Untold Stories series. The idea is that each of our lives contain a book. We have so many stories that we may never have shared. It might be a secret story, shameful or private, or it might be a love affair or a stolen kiss, who knows. The words of the story are hidden, indecipherable, representing the many mysteries and secrets contained in our capacious hearts. So you see in behind here and in all of those pieces, there are words in behind. You're not meant to read them because they're the untold stories of our lives. And all of these pieces are bits of paper that I've stamped or a bit of ink that I've drawn with ink or charcoal. I've also done a lot of the Leonard Cohen's. After his passing, I started a series using those iconic images that we all recognize. Anyone who comes into my studio knows who that is. So they're all one of a kind, they're unique, but I've done many, many of them. I always sell several each time I open my studio. So this is what I do. I work in my studio almost every morning. I love playing with the papers. Primarily, I show my pieces at the Elora Fergus Studio Tour, and I've been on that tour for 20 years, for many years in leadership roles. I greatly appreciate the thriving arts community that we have here, and I encourage you all to keep it that way. And I thank you for the opportunity to have displayed my work here. That's all.
Thank you, Grace, for sharing your work and sharing some of about who you are as well. So appreciate it.
And the studio tour, spring tour is coming up at the end of the month. If anyone's interested, grab one of these. There's 14 artists in Elora and Fergus.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to now move down to 8.2, County of Council report, and we're going to welcome Councillor Diane Ballantyne. Welcome, Diane.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so thank you for inviting me to bring some updates from the county. There is definitely lots to talk about. At Wellington Place, which is the museum lands, the Green Legacy is giving away a free trees. They have a surplus of trees this year. So on May the 10th, starting at 10 o'clock in the morning, you can go and pick up some trees if you would like, if you didn't get your order completed. The county's third annual Multicultural Festival is also taking place on July 13th at the museum. And council recently approved the funds to begin the RFP process to develop a children's museum space in the existing museum. So that's a very exciting project to watch for that will serve the growth and development of the county's families. In economic development, RideWell continues to increase its ridership each month, with the majority of usage happening right here in Centre Wellington. The Taste Real Spring Rural Romp takes place on Saturday, May the 31st, with self-guided tours of farms and nurseries and local food in the north part of the county. And the last time I was here, I mentioned the Experimental Acres program, which supports farmers with small-scale innovation and research supports. And recently, the county won an Economic Development Council of Ontario award for that program, and it continues to flourish. Regarding our roads, I know that there is much chagrin about some of the delays that are happening. Residents will continue to see delays on County Road 18, just beyond the Sportsplex in Fergus this summer, as our roads department continues to implement safety infrastructure. So there will be traffic lights installed at County Road 29. You can see the temporary ones there now. The roundabout will start under construction at Second Line, and there will be another roundabout at 18 and 26 out in Bellwood. And the roundabout at First Line in Elora is now doing its work to slow down traffic entering into the village on County Road 7. The transfer station, another big sigh. As you know, the Elora transfer station is now undergoing renovations to help serve residents better. It's the busiest site in the county, and some of the main features of the upgrades include an expanded drop-off area for improved unloading and site traffic management, a scale house construction and installation of dual scales, as well as the replacement of the retaining wall and the household hazardous waste building. It closed on April the 5th, and it's expected to reopen in December. And in the meantime, the Bellwood facility is now open from Tuesday to Saturday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. And also in transfer station news, the recently implemented minimum fee provides an incentive for residents to use the roadside service, which we provide, which means more space and county resources will be freed up to manage and recycle new materials that were previously being buried at the landfill. In the short period of time since its implementation, the minimum fee of $10 has led to a reduction in traffic at the waste facilities for small loads of waste. And while it's early in the year, the Solid Waste Services Department says it's promising to see that the minimum fee appears to be working to achieve its intended purpose, which is to divert items from our landfill and protect our valuable infrastructure. Our transfer stations will now be accepting mattresses, shingles, and drywall for diversion. And in time, staff is intending to seek out further opportunities to attempt to divert carpet, concrete, and other items which have an established diversion market and local processing facilities. Another big sigh, automated speed enforcement cameras. Yes, I decided that we would talk about this. It is a pilot project over the next year with 7 locations throughout the county. One is in Centre Wellington. The purpose is to ensure greater safety for our pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers in set community safety zones. Ours is on Bellside outside of J.D. Hogarth Elementary School. As reported in the media and through various staff reports, 60% of the tickets have been issued to individuals who do not live within the county, and only 1% have been issued in the late night or early morning. And a full 87% of the tickets that have been issued occurred during the 9 to 5 school and work day, which shows that we have speeding challenges in that particular area. Fines are set by the Highway Traffic Act, not by the county. And in a perfect world, this community safety zone program will see drivers modify their behavior, and our little ones will be safe as they walk and cycle to and from school. And as passed by council last week, any revenues from this program will be invested into making our roads safer for everybody. And now the Blue Box program, which is a switch to something called producer responsibility. So the way that the Blue Boxes work in Ontario is now changing as dictated by the province. It's transitioning from municipal responsibility to a full producer responsibility system. So in Wellington County, the transition is going to take place on July the 1st of this year, and it will be in full effect on January 1st. So we won't see any actual changes to the way our Blue Boxes are picked up on July the 1st, but by January 1st, there may very well be changes. It's expected that residents, as of January, will receive recycling carts. Their day of collection may change, and there will also be an expanded and standardized list of Blue Box materials that are allowable in the new program. And again, this is out of municipal control. This is a provincial directive, and we will provide information on the county's website and through various other communication channels as it becomes available to us. And there's certainly likely to be bumps along the way. And if we all just take a breath, and we're not really sure how it's all going to be set up because the producers are still trying to figure that out. But the big picture, good news, is that this will transfer $2 million in recycling system costs to the producers. And it will also standardize and expand the materials that will be accepted in the province's Blue Box program. It should also overall reduce the waste that is generated by producers because they are now responsible for the cost of collecting, recycling, and disposing of that waste. Businesses, however, were not included in this new producer responsibility program. So County Council has decided to invest in providing continuity in recycling services to businesses by establishing curbside collection system for the downtown areas in the 14 largest communities across the county, which of course includes downtown Ferguson, Elora. All businesses that are outside the downtown areas will have access to recycling services through a free drop-off at the county's various waste facilities. So those are my updates, and I am happy to take any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Diane. Comments, questions, starting with Councillor Levoy.
Thank you. Through you, with your permission, I have 2 unrelated questions. One,
Unrelated to the county.
Unrelated to one another.
Unrelated to what I just talked about.
Thanks for showing up, County Ballantyne, Councillor Ballantyne. So the one question we hear a lot from our constituents, and I'm assuming because we've got our media covering this meeting, it might help to get the message out. Can you explain the victim piece on the tickets? We are fully aware, of course, but if you could extrapolate, why is there a victim portion on their speeding tickets?
That's a great question, and I'm going to have to get back to you on what that specific. I don't want to give you the wrong information.
Okay.
I think I know, but I don't want to share the information if I'm incorrect. So I'll definitely get back to you. Councillor Waters, are you? I'm not entirely certain what that. No.
Then I won't share what I thought I knew either. I'll leave.
Yeah, I want to be sure.
And the second question is about the Blue Box. In that it's changing its system. Are we still sending our constituents to county to exchange and or get new bins and boxes, green and blue bins and boxes?
I can't answer that question because that's going to be up to the producers to determine how they're going to roll that program out. I mean, it would make sense to me that they would use the existing county infrastructure in order to do that, but I don't know how they're going to do it at this point.
Thanks so much. Great report.
I will get back to you on the victim piece on the tickets.
Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Thank you so much for coming and telling us what you've been doing at county. With regards to the Highway Traffic Act and the tickets, because I think as Centre Wellington councillors, me in particular, I've received a lot of messages about why we're doing this, and so I divert to county. But I do know under the Highway Traffic Act, there has to be clear signage, and there is people asking for better signage. And I want to know if county is going to address that. The signage compared to the region of Waterloo really isn't, it doesn't seem adequate to me. I went up there, I've checked out all of them now, and I just think we could do better signage, and it does depict that under the act. So I wonder if maybe you could just take that back with you. And yeah,
absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions for Diane? Well, thank you, Diane, for coming out tonight. Really appreciate it. And I know you'll be like everyone eagerly watching what's going to happen over the next number of hours as well. We'll be here, by the way, but we're looking forward to sharing our time with the group here tonight. Thanks again.
Thanks.
We're going to go down to 8.3, Councillor Committee updates. Any updates from Council? Okay. Seeing none. So we'll move down to delegations. So the way we're going to do the delegations are a couple of things. We're going to change one thing, and I'll just make the councillor aware of it. We're going to move one of the delegates up from 9.5 in behind 9.2. Just for sequencing purpose, if council is good with that. And I think you are. And so then what we're going to do is we're going to start with our delegations, and we're going to start with 9.1, Marco Surovic. Is Marco here, or he's on? Okay. And Marco, before you start, just a reminder, you have 5 minutes to do your presentation. As you're probably aware, there are many delegations tonight. I think we have over 9. And I'll give you just about 1 minute out from the end. I'll let you know. So if you'd like to proceed, and welcome, Marco.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Marco Chervich. I am the Director of Sector Engagement at Ontario's Independent Electricity System Operator, or IESO for short. And tonight I'm here to talk to the Council about some of the really important work we at the IESO, along with our partners in local communities across the province, are undertaking to ensure that Ontario's economic growth can be supported through a strong and growing electricity system. Next slide, please. Very quickly, for those that are unaware, the IESO is an organization that works at the heart of Ontario's electricity system. And we do this by balancing supply and demand on the electricity grid on a real-time basis. So every second of every day, we ensure that electricity flows to where it's needed, when it's needed. Importantly, we also plan for the future of the electricity system across Ontario to make sure there's enough generation, storage, and transmission in place to support Ontario's economic and population growth. And it's very important to note that the IESO acts independently. We have no financial interest in the electricity market, any given project or developer. Next slide, please. For context, part of the reason of why we're undertaking such a significant build out of the electricity system and why the work that we're doing is so important is really underpinned by this graph. Over the last number of years, we've seen constant updates to our demand forecast, and now we are seeing that in Ontario, we anticipate that electricity demand is forecast to grow by 75% by 2050. This trend is being driven by a number of factors. New industry is calling Ontario home. A lot of industry is starting to electrify. A lot of folks are buying electric vehicles. And importantly, we're seeing new technologies emerging in Ontario, such as data centers that are quite energy intensive and will require significant investment in electricity infrastructure. Next slide, please. This trend is being repeated across the province and in your region as well. In the Kitchener, Waterloo, Cambridge, Guelph region, which includes Centre Wellington, we anticipate significant demand growths, 110 to 150% by 2043. So in a nutshell, the electricity infrastructure that's needed province-wide will also be needed at a local level to support the growth that we're seeing in communities like yourselves. Next slide, please. So what are we doing to keep pace with this? The ISO has enacted a multi-pronged approach that is meant to keep Ontario's electricity system both reliable and affordable over the long run as we keep pace with that growing demand. We've completed the largest energy storage procurement, the LT1 RFP, in Canadian history to meet needs this decade. The project that we'll be discussing this evening is part of that procurement. We're also looking ahead to the next decade. In the 2030s, we'll be launching the next series of procurements under the umbrella of the LT2 RFP to make sure needs are met through the 2030s. We're also undertaking energy efficiency work and ensuring that existing facilities are recontracted at competitive rates to keep costs down for Ontarians. New transmission also forms part of the plan. So new transmission is being explored in regions like your own in order to really provide the backbone for a lot of this work that's being undertaken. Next slide, please. In order to talk about the project that I know is on the agenda for this evening, I want to touch on the LT1 RFP, which was the procurement mechanism that was utilized to acquire the Elora BESS project. The LT1 RFP, together with its sister procurement, the ELT1 RFP, were crucial to making sure that energy needs are met through the 2020s across Ontario. It procured 13 projects totaling over 2,000 megawatts of new capacity. Crucially, it's important to note that these projects, including the Elora BESS projects, are needed to meet reliability needs this decade. And beyond that, will form a core part of Ontario's supply mix going forward. The Elora BESS project, along with the other projects under this procurement mechanism, were selected through a thorough and competitive procurement process and met all of the technical criteria prescribed in the procurement, and were able to demonstrate their ability to meet that criteria in a cost-effective manner, ensuring that they can contribute to meeting Ontario's energy needs. These projects are incented to come into service as early as possible. And it is important to note that if they do miss certain deadlines, including May 2028, they may start incurring penalties. All that is to say is that we are very much so, from the ISO perspective as the contractual counterparty, looking to incentivize the timely development of these projects, as it is crucial to meeting growing energy needs in Ontario.
You have one more minute, Marco. Okay.
Thank you so much. I think we're actually at the conclusion slide. Next slide, please. So given today's time, I do want to wrap up with a couple of high-level thoughts. As you've seen throughout my presentation, we are at a major inflection point in Ontario, and we are looking at a growing electricity system that is very much so needed to power our growth across the province. More electricity infrastructure must be built across communities across Ontario in a timely manner. Projects that have been successful in our procurements, like the Elora BESS project in Centre Wellington, are critical to meeting the province and the region's needs this decade. This new electricity infrastructure ensures that reliability needs are met, and delayed implementation may impact economic development and electrification in the province and individual regions. In conclusion, we all need more electricity, and really we have to work together and continue to support each other in our efforts to secure it. Every person connected to the grid is connected to its future, and it's a future we must build together. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Marco. So council can ask questions for clarification. Okay. Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. For clarification, and I've spoken with the IESO a few times. I'm not sure I met you at Roma or not. it's been mentioned to me by some of our builders that when they build a building and they want to put in extra sites for electric vehicles, you know, they're being told, no, they can't have any more because we don't have enough energy. With the battery storage facility being built here, will that help facilitate that need?
Thanks for the thank you for the question, Councillor. I think it's a great one. It's difficult to say whether it's a one-to-one in that this storage facility will necessarily open up capacity for specific electric vehicle sites. But what I will say is that facilities like the battery storage facility we're talking about today are crucial to opening up that capacity and enabling economic growth and the deployment of energy-intensive infrastructure like electric vehicle charging. So very much so part of that trend.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Through you. I just actually had a question as representative of the IESO. I understand the procurement that we're talking about today later on is under that LT1. Whether any new procurement or any procurement under the LT2, could you just clarify for me if that was done today after Ford introduced the procurement restriction policy, would a U.S. company be able to would you be able to do that procurement agreement with any U.S. company today on any new agreements?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Adams. Yeah, it's a great one, and it's one that I know we fielded a number of times over the last few weeks. So a couple of thoughts and maybe a point of clarity. So the restrictions or some of the policies that have been introduced by the government are still very much so live. So we are working with the provincial government to make sure that we understand their implications for procurements moving forward. What we are confident of is that procurements that have wrapped up, where there are contracts in hand, will not be impacted by any future-looking restrictions. As we get more information from the provincial government, we will endeavor to update not just our stakeholders, but also community partners like yourselves of any implications on a go-forward basis.
Councillor Evoy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just trying to clarify, you said that there will be incentivizing and potential penalizing. So exactly who are imposing the aforementioned, please?
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, so we at the IESO are the contract counterparty. So we introduce a number of provisions in the contract to incentivize certain behavior. Because we need these facilities built rather rapidly to make sure that we can meet the needs in the 2020s, there are certain incentives that if the project enters service early, for example, they would get additional financial benefit. However, if they miss certain deadlines, they would start incurring financial penalties. It's us as the counterparty introducing those mechanisms to drive towards behavior that we are hoping for.
Apologies, and through the mayor, with his permission, who is they? Do you mean the municipalities or the organizations or groups coming in?
The contract counterparty, which would be the supplier or developer in this scenario, who has the contract with us.
Okay. If there's no other questions for clarification, thank you, Marco, for your presentation. And we'll move down to our next presenter, 9.2, Andrew Teal, Energy Storage Canada. Is Andrew online or? He's online. Okay. Hello, Andrew.
Hey, good evening. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Thank you.
And you have, Andrew, just give you the rules of the road. You have 5 minutes, and I'll give you a minute before your presentation is done. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. So glad I'm following the IESO because I think that will help shorten my presentation by quite a bit, because I think Marco did an excellent job laying out, the system level the system level need that exists for these storage projects, specifically the one, the Elora BESS that's being discussed tonight. But really welcome this opportunity to represent one of our members, who is obviously the project proponent. I am Andrew Teal, the Senior Director of Policy and Government Affairs with Energy Storage Canada. We are a national trade association, so we represent energy storage developers, companies, utilities from coast to coast, all with the hope of, leading to a greener, more affordable grid. And happy to be part of this presentation tonight on behalf of APA Power and the Elora BESS project. Energy Storage Canada is a not-for-profit organization. We work in advancing energy storage solutions of all types, not just battery energy storage system like that being discussed, but many other types such as pumped hydro, compressed air, thermal battery storage, as well as non-lithium technologies. Our organizations works with local decision makers like yourself and regulators and industry leaders to ensure the accelerated adoption of energy storage technologies to improve grid reliability, affordability, and sustainability. And as I mentioned, our membership spans coast to coast, but also the entire value chain of energy storage providers, from technology developers, utilities, project developers, and other key stakeholders. So I'm really appreciative to actually follow Marco, because energy storage is a rather newer technology as it comes to, you know, implementation in our energy grid. I myself have spent the last 15 years in various roles across the energy sector, working in both the renewable sector, the nuclear sector in the past, as well now in the energy storage sector. So I've seen all sides of the coin when it comes to projects trying to move forward to help meet the, you know, growing electricity demands that Marco outlined. But energy storage is really a new opportunity, and novel opportunity, I should say, not new, in that it provides flexible energy and allows us to better integrate renewable energy, reducing our peak demand costs and enhance overall system efficiency. As Marco pointed out, the IESO has procured roughly 3,000 megawatts of energy storage as part of the ELT and LT1 process, which will fundamentally reshape the way that we think about energy and provide numerous benefits. Now, the project in question in Elora is a battery energy storage system. It is specifically one class of energy storage technology based on the same fundamental principles that exist as the same technology in both your cell phones or the computers that are sitting right in front of you. They are lithium ion based, which is actually the most popular battery chemistry, and they are extremely popular for a number of reasons. Their rapid response, which means that they can charge and discharge energy in a rather short amount of time, which when it comes to the flow of energy of our electrons, if you will, across our energy sector, that is fundamentally important to helping to achieve a few things, specifically, you know, reduce congestion on the tie lines that bring energy from some of our legacy assets to communities like yours, which allow for, you know, more reliable energy, as well as more affordable energy, as opposed to having to invest in perhaps larger infrastructure projects outside of your region. It's also a very mature supply chain. So the technology that is being deployed, although it is, you know, novel in terms of its application, the supply chain for lithium ion is quite well established and is something that has clearly been used for a number of years, just in different capacities, as I mentioned, within the kind of computers that you have in front of you.
One more minute, please.
Yep, no problem. Specifically, BESS offers the opportunity to both lower emissions, reduce costs, as well as increase reliability. And I'm really pleased to be here to support the APA project, the responsible development of the APA project, and you know, happy to past this event, take any questions from council or provide more information. As I mentioned, ESC is kind of a resource for the people, and would like to express my appreciation to you, the township's leadership, in addressing this issue, and look forward to engaging with you in the future. So thank you very much for your time, and appreciate the opportunity.
You can hold on, Andrew. I'll ask council if there's any questions for clarification. Okay, seeing none, thank you for your presentation, Andrew, and we'll move down to our next presenter, which will be Pierre Chauvin, agent for applicant MHBC. Welcome, Pierre, and you have 5 minutes, and I'll give you a wink when you're in your last minute.
Mayor Waters, members of council, my name is Pierre Chauvin. I'm with MHBC Planning, and I was before you earlier at the public meeting. I don't intend to bring up anything that was discussed previously. I do have a few slides here to speak to some of the issues that were raised. I also would like to note that with me this evening is Andre Benchik with IPA, and we're here kind of a tag team presentation, so whatever time I don't take, I'm hopeful that he'll be able to take that time as well. If you could just go to the next slide, please. One of the issues that came up with respect to this facility related to the distance to the future residential area to the north of Second Line. And we have been progressing with the site plan design as we continue through this process. It hasn't been filed yet, but as we continue with that detailed design, we have more and more detailed information that has allowed us to make some refinements to the plan. And you can see with this image on the screen, you can see the battery facilities are continue to be quite removed. And in fact, we've increased that distance to 200 meters from Second Line. And so that's a considerable distance between the actual batteries themselves and Second Line, not to mention the fact that there's the right-of-way width of Second Line, which is approximately another 20 meters in of itself. But with that, it allows us to do some landscaping along the Second Line, as well as even landscaping in front of the facility itself, which is, as you can see, is set back. I would note there's also been a slight change in the stormwater management design with this site. It was originally contemplated to be a a dry pond. It now will be a wet pond, so you will see standing water in this storm pond. This is just conceptual, that blue area along this Second Line. That is just a conceptual design. It doesn't reflect the actual final design of that pond, but just generally that will be the location which will be outletting to the roadside ditch, which then goes into the nickel drain. And lastly, the last main change relates to a noise wall. 3-meter high noise wall is also proposed, and you can't quite see it at the scale, but just in front of the actual batteries, not at Second Line, but then in order to mitigate properly, you put the noise walls closer to the noise source, which is close to the batteries, and that's why you see that green row of trees along that to hide that noise wall. So that noise wall was intended to ensure through additional study, it was determined that with the proposed residential uses that may evolve over several years to the north, there will be a need for a wall, and therefore it'd be best to plan for it and do it now as part of this development. So those are the three main changes with respect to the site plan. I guess next slide, please. And I mentioned the agricultural restoration at the public meeting. I just want to reiterate that and make sure that it's abundantly clear with council that this type of use is intended to be, albeit a lengthy time, intended to be temporary, and it is an interim use, and it will be the lands will be returned back to agriculture. And how do we do that? Well, we are going to be required to do an agricultural restoration plan through the site plan process, and it's fully anticipated. It hasn't been worked out yet, but we would anticipate that we'll have to, or our client will have to post securities, and that relates to the cost to restore the lands back to an agricultural condition. So the municipality will be protected in the form of securities that in the event something happens, they will have the funds in order to implement that restoration plan. Next slide, please. I've included this slide just for context. Again, this is the approved secondary plan for South Fergus. And the various orange color or yellow and orange colors depict sort of residential type uses, with the pink at the intersection of Second Line and Tower Street being the highway commercial. And you can see below us, below second line is our site, the subject lands identified in red. And much of you can see again that separation distance with the proposed residential uses. The stormwater management pond that we're contemplating looks to be in line with the proposed swim pond in the secondary plan area. But I guess the point really I wanted to make is with the lands that have been recently added to the municipality, I would say to the east of Highway 6 or Tower Street, all those lands are contemplated for employment lands. And there's no indication yet, it's still early, but that will effectively be employment lands opposite second line, up against interfacing with all this proposed residential lands that are identified in light yellow, potentially much closer than our particular facility. But we fully anticipate, I'm sure, when that time comes, that the municipality and your planners will implement certain mitigation measures associated with that. But the point again, though, it's not unusual to have employment interfacing with residential. And I guess to that point, I've included a few slides here, a couple slides.
One more minute, Pierre.
Okay, I guess I'm taking my full 5 minutes. Next slide. Yes, so some of you may be familiar with this. This is your employment lands, just in, I will say, northeast Fergus and the Sobera subdivision, just off the newer Sobera subdivision off to the right-hand side of that image. And the Forfar Park, or Gartshore Park, is right just at the bottom of that industrial facility. So this is Nexans, this is the industry. And you can see I've included a dimension there. And these lands, this is a pretty heavy industry, as all of you may know. It's only 126 meters to the closest house within the established subdivision, which is relatively new subdivision. Lots of heavy truck traffic, chemical use, etc. And quickly next to the other slide, please. A little closer to Elora. This is the Elora Jefferson plant. And you'll see again to the north, we have established residential uses to the north, which are approximately 118 meters, and even residential uses to Bridge Street that are 269 and about 200 meters along first line. So it's not unusual to have employment lands close to residential. It's just a matter of how we mitigate, and I would suggest that's what we're proposing, and we will continue to do through the site plan approval process. So with that, I think I'm getting the nod and the wink from Councillor or Sir Mayor Waters, so I will conclude there and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Pierre. Questions for clarification? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. Could I just ask a yes/no question to our staff at this time for clarification, just on something that was just said there?
Yeah, we'll let that go. Yes, go ahead. Yep.
Okay. The two examples there, the Nexans and the Jefferson, there was no approved residential areas in those sections by this council, right? Brett, looking at you.
Sorry, through Mayor Waters, you're asking if council approved, this council approved? No, they were prior councils.
Thank you.
Any other questions for clarification? Or okay. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. And we'll move down to Andre from APA Power Canada. Welcome, Andre. And again, you know the terms of our arrangement here, 5 minutes, and I'll give you a warning at when you're about reach around 4.
Thank you. Mayor Waters, councillors, members of public, thank you for taking time to talk with IPA today. As you know, my name is Andre Benjic, and I had a privilege of leading the development of Elora BESS project for several years now, and along with that, get to know the community. I want to begin by recognizing that Center Wellington is a proud agricultural community. From day one, we've taken deliberate steps to respect and protect that heritage. We've done this by designing Elora with a small footprint, rigorous environmental safeguards, and a full decommissioning plan to ensure that land can return to agricultural use once project's life ended. This is not permanent industrial development. At the same time, Center Wellington is part of something bigger. Battery storage projects like this one are essential to unlocking Canadian-made clean energy and position Canada as an energy superpower, as Canada pursues an ambitious national energy strategy. I would like to move through the slides now. We have, next slide, please. We have several topics on the agenda, and I will jump straight into saying a few words about IPA Power Canada. Next slide, please. IPA Power Canada was founded in Ontario in 2016. Now it has over 77 projects under development and construction. Elora BESS project, together with 90% of the IESO LT1 projects, supports Indigenous equity participation with First Nations investing capital for part ownership. While IPA Power Canada benefits from institutional investments, IPA Power Canada operates independently and it is not employed by Blackstone. Next slide, please. IPA is serving Canada's grid economy and workforce by strengthening energy independence with investing over $600 million in energy infrastructure projects across southwestern Ontario, by investing in a strong Canadian supply chain with more than 82% of total project costs contracted to Canadian goods manufacturing and services, and by powering local jobs with more than 400 construction jobs powered by skilled local union workforce. Next slide, please. I would like to provide a couple important project updates since the last meeting we had. The Elora BESS project originally committed to minimum equipment setback of 182 meters from second line and has further optimized the design to increase that setback to 200 meters at least. As designed, the project meets very strict noise regulations. The project is sited on leased land, not purchased land, of approximately 10 hectares, of which the equipment will occupy a smaller area of about 6 hectares. After a lease term of 25 years or so, the project will be decommissioned and the land will be restored for agricultural use. Significant natural vegetation screening and other landscaping features are being designed into the project. And the last update, the water supply assessment and fire safety site plan have been submitted to Center Wellington Fire and Rescue for their review and approval. Next slide, please. I'd like to talk a little bit about site selection process in the next 2 slides. This map served the purpose to show there were very few electricity system viable areas in Ontario to site these projects. When we take away all the ISO restricted and limited regions, we have come to an area highlighted in yellow in the center of that slide with what we call viable transmission corridors to site the projects. And you see the 6 green flags were the 6 projects submitted by IPA to the ISO for deliverability test, of which two came back as viable project for us to pursue, and one of them is Elora BESS project. Next slide.
One more minute, Andre.
Thank you. When we zoom into Center Wellington Township, if you look at the graphic on the right-hand side between the western and eastern boundary of that transmission line, we have considered many project siting criteria, some of which include direct access to the circuit, avoid fragmentation of agricultural land, avoid specialty crops area, and avoid other features like water courses, vegetation, wildlife. And we came to the existing location of the project. So that schematic, you see all the colored areas were the ones that were identified as not viable based on those criteria. Next slide, please. The second last slide is update on the community engagement. Our goal was to get the right information to the residents and listen to their concerns. Since January, for about 4 months now, we have approached over 400 residences in the area where the project is. You can see them on the schematic with pins outlined locations. And we have experienced that vast majority of the engaged residents were not opposed to the project. Couple key observations, takeaways. For instance, one takeaway was that many residences were confusing this project with South Fergus urban area expansion. For instance, if you look at the Guelph Street, a lot of them were saying, hey, what used to be our quiet street, now it's going to be busy street. This project will generate less traffic than a single house once it's built. And second observation is we've seen many houses with Generac backup generators. The purpose of this project is a reliability of the grid system. And final slide, please. Okay. Thank you.
So at this point, if there's any questions for clarification from Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Going back to your slide where you're introducing APA Power Canada, it says it's an Ontario-founded company in 2016. Is it not true that it actually started under a company in another name, starting in Ontario, and then was acquired by Blackstone in 2020, and then APA Canada was then, or sorry, APA was then, it was renamed APA after the acquisition of Blackstone?
Thank you, Councillor Adams. I have joined IPA way after that. I know that IPA Power Canada was founded in 2016. I'm not sure what happened prior to that.
Follow up?
Follow up, yep.
Thank you. So, so in the LinkedIn and like some of the APA pages on the site, it says has headquartered in the States with the majority of the employees in the States with an office in Canada. Can you clarify? Are you saying they're two completely separate? Like, does APA Canada have its own website, or because I couldn't find specific information on APA Canada?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Adams. Through you, Mayor Waters. Yes, IPA Power Canada maintains its head office in Toronto. IPA Power also has an office in Austin, which is the North American head office as well.
Okay. Any other? Yes, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Andre, for your presentation, and thanks for coming here. I'm still unsure. Is the address in Elora, or is it actually Fergus? I can only pull up Center Wellington.
I would like to defer that question to the staff, actually. Thank you, Councillor.
I do appreciate everyone wants to be in Elora, but if it's actually not here, I think it should depict that. I have another follow-up question too as well. I see the outreach you've been doing. You know, it's not all lost. And I really feel you needed to knock on doors because lots of people didn't know. And it is hard to get the word out sometimes. I do feel that with any financial piece of this whole endeavor, and, you know, we're not at the end yet, I really think that council needs to decide what happens with any funds that comes out of this. And that's how I feel as a councillor. I think that council should ultimately have the final say on that, just out of respect for the citizens that I represent. And that's my thought on that. Okay.
Thank you,
you.
Councillor McDonald. Thank you for your feedback. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Councillor, for clarification? Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. So looking at your Serving Canada's grid slide, I just want to be clear, and I just want everything to be open and transparent. You talk about directly supporting the local grid and Canada's energy dominance. But on the main site of your page, when there was just a recent acquisition news release, and it says that these acquisitions will provide APA with the necessary capitals to support its ongoing business expansion and advancements of its project pipeline across the United States and Canada. So I feel like there's a discrepancy between the statement here in the presentation and that on the website. Could you just clarify that for me?
Thank you, Councillor Adams. I would like to clarify the question, perhaps. Is the question where the investment comes from, or who is getting the investment? Or
I guess I would say, if I'm reading your presentation to council here today, it talks a lot about, I see the words like Canada's energy dominance, serving Canada's grid. Whereas when I look at the website, all the statements that I see kind of coming out with the new best applications with IPA, sorry, I pronounced it wrong the first time, IPA, it's talking more about its expansion and advancement of the project pipeline across the United States and Canada. That sentence is used in quite a few of the news releases. So I'm just kind of...
Yeah, certainly. I think it's a little bit more clear. So I'm going to try to answer the question through you, Mayor Waters. So IPA Power has projects across North America where investments are required for both the ones in Canada and the U.S. as well.
Any other further comments or questions for Andre? This is a clarification. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Clarification. Thank you, Mayor Waters. Through you. Do you have a Canadian board member on the IPA board? Do you know?
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. To you, Mayor Waters. I do not know. I have to defer that question or come back to you with that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I look forward to your answer.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Andre, for your presentation. Now we'll move down to 9.4, Jeff Roy from Canadian Solar. Welcome, Jeff. You have 5 minutes. That 4, I'll give you a wave and then wrap around.
I think I can do it. Good evening, Mayor Waters and distinguished councillors. My name's Jeff Roy. I am the Vice President of Sales and Operations for Canadian Solar, based in Halifax, Nova Scotia. I joined this evening to express our strong support for the IPA Power Canada proposed Elora BESS project. I'm going to lose my notes here. Canadian Solar is proud to serve as the manufacturer and system integrator of choice for this project and this investment in the Ontario power grid. These systems are engineered to meet the highest standards in safety and designed to enhance grid resilience across Ontario. Canadian Solar was founded in 2001. Well, we have since grown to be one of the world's leaders in clean energy. Our roots remain proudly Canadian. We have offices across this country that's home to over 220 employees and growing. Our Kitchener headquarters anchors our global energy storage business, platform dedicated to building next generation energy storage systems, meeting the demands of the grid. Our systems utilize lithium iron phosphate, or LFP chemistry, recognized industry-wide for its strong safety and operational reliability. To date, e-Storage has deployed over 7 gigawatt hours of energy storage projects globally, over 15 gigawatt hours currently under construction in 10 different countries, many of those in successful partnership with IPA. As we heard recently in the speech from the throne, but also from the IESO today, Ontario and Canada is trying to enhance the grid from a reliability perspective and be a leader in the energy space. We recognize that that's relies on a strong partnership between public and private sector. And we recognize that partnerships that, us and IPA have developed over the years goes a long way into meeting those goals. When you vote in support of this project, you are endorsing continued investment in the local community, local high quality jobs, and the technologies that underpin Canada's energy reliability. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening and for the Council's leadership in shaping a more secure energy future.
Thank you, Jeff. Questions, comments for clarification for Jeff? Councillor McDonald.
Your Mayor Waters, do you know how many people will be employed by your business?
Specifically on this?
Yeah, on the solar side? Yeah.
We'd envision these are like full-time kind of staffed facilities. So for a single project of this size, we probably have four full-time technicians employed at the project.
Okay. And everything's built in Halifax?
No, it's our batteries are manufactured in, we have manufacturing facilities in China. We've announced we're establishing some battery manufacturing facilities in the US as well. We also have partners on this project for other pieces of equipment, which will be manufactured in Europe as well. So it's a global supply chain.
Okay. Thank you for letting me know.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Any other questions for clarification for Jeff? Okay, thank you for your presentation, Jeff.
Thank you.
Next, we'll move down to 9.6, Douglas Grossman, Ballard Construction. Hello, Douglas, and I'll read you the riot act. You got 5 minutes, and well, there won't be a riot, but anyways, in the last minute, I'll let you know. So
great, thank you very much. So, Mayor Waters, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to delegate before council. I do have a bit of a presentation that I'll run along. If we could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Ballard Construction is proud to be Canada's premier utility contractor specializing in electric power infrastructure development. Our organization has supported and spearheaded a number of initiatives to become an industry leader in safety culture and safe project execution for projects of all sizes across our country. Over the past 4 decades, through our dedication to this culture, Ballard has built a strong reputation for safely delivering complex, large-scale energy infrastructure projects, including transmission lines, substations, and also battery energy storage systems. We're also active in communities across Ontario, delivering distribution work on behalf of our utility clients, helping to keep lights on for residents and ensuring the grid is stable and safe as it currently exists. Can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So since our founding in 1979, we've grown from a small Alberta-based firm into a trusted Canada-wide leader with a workforce of over 1,200 employees nationwide. With the experience and the capacity to deliver critical infrastructure projects across our country. Today, we have offices throughout Ontario, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Alberta, and Quebec, with our work spanning every province. We work closely with municipalities, local communities, and energy developers across Canada to ensure our projects generate lasting value through skilled employment, local investment, and long-term reliability. Could you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So, this experience and expertise allow Ballard to be uniquely positioned to provide the greatest level of support as Canada tackles its biggest energy challenge. And that is building up and strengthening its infrastructure, transitioning towards clean, affordable, and reliable energy. We are proud to bring our industry-leading commitment to excellence to the proposed Aurora Battery Energy Storage Project. This project is expected to create on our end, up to 200 jobs over the course of construction. As we partner with IPA Power Canada, our shared focus will be on maximizing that local employment, goods, and services. Choosing local workers, supporting local manufacturing, and helping to drive local economic growth here in southwestern Ontario. Would you mind going to the next slide, please? Thank you. Our construction team is prepared to deliver this project safely and efficiently and to the highest standard for the people of Elora and for Ontario. Ballard Construction is also a proud signatory to the Canadian Union of Skilled Workers. A project of this size and scope will support a wide range of local opportunities, from civil and electrical tradespeople working directly on site to safety and quality people, ensuring best-in-class execution, to the logistics teams, managing the transportation of the equipment, to the project support staff, keeping everything running smoothly. And additionally, projects of this scale create valuable opportunities for technical and trade apprenticeships, strengthening the local workforce for years to come. If you could move on to the next one, please. As a Canadian utility contractor, we're excited for the opportunities the Elora project will bring to Centre Wellington and to the broader Ontario workforce. The project will empower highly skilled Canadian workers to do what we do best: build safe, reliable, and forward-looking infrastructure to support long-term reliability of the Ontario grid. We respectfully ask for the township's support of this project. And that's all that I had, except for a few little tidbits about some of the work that we've managed. And as indicated, 13,500 kilometers across Canada. We truly try to cover coast to coast. That was all.
Thank you, Douglas. Comments, questions for clarification? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Thank you for the presentation. I don't have it in here, so I guess we'll get it afterwards. Yeah. Okay. So do you mostly do contracts with the federal government?
We do contracts with any organization, government, provincial, private as well. We are a contracting company, so we are kind of agnostic to which government or organization. We just want to try and develop as we can our best.
Okay, and follow up. And how many employees will be involved in this project?
So this project should, of this size, this will be up to 200 people. So a lot of it will be the people in the field doing the work, doing the construction as well. There's going to be a project support staff. There's going to be, HR people. There's going to be a lot of moving pieces to keep this going, but up to 200 people is what we expect for a project of this size.
Any other questions for clarification from council? Okay, thank you, Douglas.
Thank you all for your time.
Okay, we'll move down to 9.7, Bishoy. Yes, from Fire and Risk Alliance. And welcome, and you have 5 minutes, of which I'll remind you at 4 of your time.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here today and present. My name is Bishoy Awad. I'm a fire protection consultant with Fire and Risk Alliance. I'm here to speak about Elora BESS site for IPA. Before going into details, let me give you a brief introduction about myself. I'm a civil engineer by background. I've did my PhD at McMaster University, focusing on fluid simulation. I've been in the industry for over a decade, working on different fire protection and safety assessments. I'm located at Hamilton, Ontario. I work on different fire protection, fire detection, as well as a couple of assessments and analyses for fire risk analysis for FRA. So basically, FRA is one of the leader company that provide fire protection solutions and support different clients. That includes developers as well as OEMs and manufacturers. We work in different sectors. And to be specific, we knew in the market and the industry on our focus on battery energy storage system. We have a full team of expertise and different members sitting on different technical committees on NFPA, NFPA 855, different UL, IFCs. For a bit on myself as well, I work on with the Fire and Risk Alliance in the Battery Energy Storage System group. I focus on developing quantitative risk assessments as well as hazard mitigation analysis, all the plume modeling and the explosion modeling for battery energy storage systems. We worked on over 70 gigawatts of BESS projects worldwide. We also helped a lot of different, as I said, developers and OEMs to provide and support fire safety features for their products as well as their site level. For myself, I sit on the NFPA 800 Battery Safety Code Technical Committee, as well as I am the Vice President and the Vice President of the Society of Fire Protection Engineers in Southern Ontario. Just want to also, we developed the Hydro One battery energy storage system fire and risk assessment standard in 2023. And saying that, I just want to give you a quick high-level introduction about the required or recommended by standards and codes, the clearance or the installation clearance for battery energy storage system facilities. That includes a 3-meter setback from any means of egress as well as adjacent facilities, combustible storage materials, any of other like exposures like lot lines, parking lots, etc. And we at FRA, through our reports and our assessments, we always recommend to have at least or 100 feet or like 30 meter or over than 30 meter of setback to any adjacent public exposure, residential buildings, public lot lines, transmission lines whatsoever. Yeah, I think this concludes my presentation today. Please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishoy. Questions, comments? Yes, Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Just wanting to clarify. So you had mentioned that you're working out of Hamilton. Are you working remotely and reporting to a Canadian office, or is FDA also an American?
Yeah, we have different offices across the USA. I also work remotely from Canada, but we have like couple of individuals work from Canada as well. Yes.
Okay. Any other questions for clarification? Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
We'll now move down to 9.8. Deborah Whale from the Grand River Agricultural Society. Hi, Deborah. Nice to see you.
You too. Okay, I am here tonight to speak on behalf of the Grand River Agricultural Society, GRAS for short, in support of the proposed battery energy storage system. As you are aware, GRAS is not only a landowner in Centre Wellington, but as an active agricultural society, we are very supportive of both agriculture and the environment. And in fact, annually, we donate or invest over $1 million to enhance and grow innovation in the agriculture sector. My name is Deborah Whale, and I am the president of the board of directors of the Grand River Agricultural Society. I'm also a farmer and co-owner and operator of farms that produce dairy, beef, cash crops, and biogas. I spent 2 years sitting on the Ontario Power Authority board and another 5 years sitting on the Independent Electricity System Operator board. And as a result of these involvements, I have been very well aware for over a decade that the province of Ontario would be in a deficit electricity supply situation by 2026. As you know, this is due to several factors, including increasing demand as our population expands, as our businesses and farms and transportation, et cetera, all demand increased electrification. Couple those increasing demands with the fact that we have an aging electricity supply infrastructure, and we are faced with a system that constantly needs to be upgraded as new technologies emerge. Certainly, we can see that the Centre Wellington area is in growth mode. And such growth inevitably requires additional infrastructure to meet the demands of more people, more businesses, and more technologically complex farms. This obviously is going to require more electricity to ensure that the increasing demands for energy can be met, and preferably that energy will be clean, green, sustainable, non-polluting. Already parts of Centre Wellington are experiencing brownouts, and in a region where agriculture is a major component of the local economy, this is simply not acceptable. Farmers in this region continue to need more energy for their operations as they grow. They become more complex. They grow more. They use more technologies in their barns. They use more electrified vehicles and robotic equipment in order to remain competitive, in order to feed this community and many others. And they require that day in and day out, year after year. With the building of the battery energy storage system, this municipality and the province will have a more reliable supply of electricity for both urban and rural areas. And that electricity will be clean and green, as the storage system will be storing excess renewable energy from nuclear, solar, and wind during times of low demand, and it will be using that stored electricity at times of peak demand. By the way, if you were to build enough solar panels to create the same amount of energy as this proposed BESS, you would need between 1,500 and 2,000 acres of land covered with solar panels. Some contend that at all odds we must preserve prime farmland, but I would like to remind you that this BESS will require a very small footprint. Only 10 acres for that footprint, surrounded by another 10 acres of trees and cover crops. And furthermore, as you've heard, this area will be decommissioned and returned to agricultural production at the end of its lifespan. It seems obvious that virtually all of the building of businesses and houses spreading across Centre Wellington are being built on prime farmland and will never be decommissioned, ever. Under LT1, the IESO conducted the largest capacity supply procurement in over a decade. The RFP is now completed, but Centre Wellington was granted the right to proceed with this BESS under LT1 and remains the only municipality in Ontario not to have made the decision to proceed. The need for electricity is great, including in Centre Wellington. The risks are well mitigated. Our environment demands that we cut back on our profligate use of fossil fuels to produce energy, and this BESS is the perfect way for the citizens of Centre Wellington to contribute to lessening the pollution that we create as humans.
One more minute, please.
Global investment in battery storage around the world increased by 40% last year alone. Are we to be left behind? We can accommodate more affordable, clean, and stable energy supplies. We can do that on a very small footprint of land, and it's only a temporary footprint. And we can show our citizens who value a clean environment that we understand our responsibility to embrace the innovative technologies that will determine our future success, both here and across the province. The Grand River Agricultural Society strongly urges the Centre Wellington Municipal Council to approve the building of this battery energy storage system.
Thank you, Deborah. Questions for clarification? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. Thank you for being here. Just a question. Was this support like a resolution of the Grand River Board?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm here with the full support of the board. Formal resolution, formal motion. Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Evoy.
To you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, Deborah. It's always a pleasure to see you and to have an opportunity to continue to learn from you. Can you speak for a minute about what that means when we say it's decommissioned just for a short time and what that looks like to bring it back, what you know of that from an ag lens, what it means to bring it back and what our success rate has been and what we can expect?
All right. Well, I'm not sure that we know success rates for other battery energy storage systems in Ontario. But I do know that this will be a process over 25 years, so it's not immediate. And we've also heard tonight that there will be money required to be set aside to do it. So it means digging it up, just like we would see with gravel pits and other things. Has to be done, will be done, and it's up to all of us to make sure it is.
Sorry, thank you through that. Just as a qualifier to look into our mayor and CIO, who is then responsible for that money that needs to be put aside to make sure that we can properly decommission it in 20 years?
We'll leave that for the staff report. So, okay. Yes, clarification.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Thank you. I knew your predecessor a couple of presidents ago, and I miss him dearly. And I would have posed the same question to him, to be honest, if we were in this situation back then. You spoke about brownouts. If you could clarify, I mean, we've heard from the IESO tonight. Will this correct the brownouts for here? And excuse me if I'm being a little bit selfish, because I'm looking at this from Center Wellington's lens, because we're taking all the risk. And will it correct that? Do you believe that you come from experience in hydro? So,
as far as I know, it will. So as you know, frequency is stable when power consumption matches generation. If usage is higher than supply, then brownouts or blackouts occur. That damages the grid. It damages any connected devices. So this is where we're moving. If I look at it from a farmer's point of view, we simply can't afford to have brownouts as we manage our barns and our farms and damaged equipment. So that's the goal behind these storage systems.
Any other questions for clarification from council? Thank you, Deborah, for your presentation.
Thank you.
We'll move down to 9.9. Marina Sampson from McCarthy Tétrault LLP. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Waters, members of council. Thank you very much for having me here this evening. And I have to say, what a lovely, lovely place this is. I'm from Nova Scotia, so I just, this is my first visit, and it's really, really lovely. As has been said, my name is Marina Sampson. I'm a partner at the law firm McCarthy Tétrault LLP. I'm here to speak briefly on the procurement restriction policy, and Councillor Adams has raised that earlier. By way of background, McCarthy Tétrault is a national full-service law firm. I think it was Douglas from Ballard mentioned that they're nearly from coast to coast to coast. Well, we're not quite, but we're close ourselves. We're right across the country, with offices right across the country and lawyers across the country. I'm in the litigation group at McCarthy Tétrault. I have an expertise in infrastructure and procurement, and I work closely with McCarthy Tétrault's international trade and investment law group. So the procurement restriction policy, it was implemented very recently by the province of Ontario, just earlier in April 2025. And this policy restricted designated provincial entities or public sector buyers from engaging in new procurements with U.S. businesses for goods and services. And I want to acknowledge that this policy, and we're all living it today, even as we are in the midst of a federal election, or I guess today we'll know. But it was enacted in a very rapidly changing environment. We're all trying to keep pace. We're all trying to keep abreast of these changes. It was enacted in response to tariffs expressly. And suffice it to say, there's lots of flux. So I come here to offer 3 succinct points, hopefully succinct, on this policy. 1, this policy only applies to procurements. 2, this policy applies to new procurements, and Councillor Adams had touched upon that earlier. And 3, this policy does not apply to, it doesn't bind municipalities, which is to say the township of Centre Wellington. So with respect to point 1, the procurement restriction policy, again, it relates only to procurements. And it likely doesn't need to be said, but procurement is merely the process by which public purchasers spend funds to acquire new goods or services from suppliers. I think it was Marco, one of the earlier presentations raised that ISO ran a procurement process, the LT1, back in late 2023, 2024. IPA was announced as a successful proponent back in May 2024. Procurements, and the LT1 in particular, use specific formats and processes, often RFPs or requests for proposals.
1 more minute, please.
Okay. My second point, this is not a new procurement. And I've raised this procurement was concluded in May, June 2024. The contracts have been signed. And this policy and the accompanying frequently asked questions with the policy make clear that it was not to interfere with ongoing projects. Point 3, and I've said this, but I'll repeat it. The policy does not apply to municipalities. It expressly sets out entities to which it applies, Ontario ministries, agencies, ISO, OPG. It does not apply to this township. So, as I said at the outset, we're in a time of great flux, lots of change, lots to keep up with. Everyone's watching the news. But for this township, and with respect to this application for an amendment to a zoning bylaw, I'm here to offer some reassurance that the procurement restriction policy is of no moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. Yes. Comments or questions for clarification? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. Thanks for those comments. Yeah, I think all of that information could be found when you look at that policy. There's also a good definition of what a U.S. business is. There's a definition in there. And you're right, like we are at a different time than when that first LT1 was passed. But anyways, clarification question. So I saw you on the agenda today. So I went to the website, and the first recent experience on there is Blackstone-led investors groups, $7 billion of Canadian equity investment in Rogers Communications. Is Rogers a current client of your firm? Or no, sorry, is Blackstone a current client of your firm? Or is that...
Councillor Adams, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters, I'll be honest with you, when I saw your name on as a delegation, I immediately thought, why are you here? I'm an adjudicator, so immediately that's a flag for me. We don't have a lawyer sitting with us to advise us. Either way, I'm sure we can ask staff to seek these answers for us. But I appreciate you coming. But I do want a little bit of clarification on the fluxation. You're talking about the tariff talks. You're talking about the little bit of upset, our reactors slowing down because we might not keep selling to the States, like that sort of. Is that what you meant?
I really meant the tariff environment, I suppose, the trade environment. And even when this policy was enacted, it was made plain, as I said, that it was in response to tariffs. And they've also said in enacting it that in the event that the tariffs were removed, that they would reconsider it. If my words, not the policy's words. So that is the environment that I mean, the trade climate.
I appreciate that. And did you come from Halifax?
I come from Cape Breton, but I've been living in Toronto.
Yeah, I've got some family. So thanks for that.
My pleasure.
Any further comments or questions for clarification? Well, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
So that ends our delegations. So I think what we'll do is we're going to take a 7-minute break. So you don't have to stay for the balance of council. That's totally up to you. If I think there are other things that you can maybe watch, but it is very exciting here at times as well. So anyways, welcome you all, and thanks again for your participation today. And council, 7 minutes.
All my colleagues are hiding downstairs.
Okay, welcome back, folks. We're down to item 10, consent items. Consent agenda items are considered routine in nature and are voted on collectively. However, any member of council may request one or more items be removed from the consent agenda for separate action. I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington approve consent agenda items 10.1 through 10.4. Let's have a mover for that. Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor Evoy, any comments or questions as it relates to these consent items? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Okay, now we'll move down to consideration of reports. Item 11.1, information report, RZ05 246235 Guelph Street, Nickel APA Battery Energy Storage. And Mariana is going to speak to that, provide us a presentation. Welcome, Mariana.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Good evening, members of council. So we've heard a lot already about this 6235 Guelph Street application. So the report before you is an information report, and it is regarding an application to amend the zoning bylaw on behalf of IPA Power to allow a battery energy storage system, a BESS, otherwise known as, on a portion of the land. And it is formally in the township of Nickel. So there were some questions. It's actually not quite in Fergus. It's south of the Fergus Urban Centre. And it's in the township of Centre Wellington. So that is, it's currently under contract, as we've heard, with the ISO under the long-term LT1 procurement plan to secure Ontario's power supply. A related application for an official plan amendment was also submitted to the county and is currently under review. So there is a map. I don't know if we need to reference it. I think we all know where it is, but the property is a 43-hectare parcel, about 106 acres, located on the southeast side of Guelph Street and Second Line and just west of Highway 6. It is surrounded by future development lands related to the South Fergus Secondary Plan area to the north, across Second Line, and there is currently a landscaping business to the east and future employment lands. There's also agricultural lands to the west and south. So that's just the context of the property. It's currently actively farmed, contains 2 dwellings and farm buildings accessed from Guelph Street. So only a portion of the property, as we've heard, in the northeast corner, which is approximately 6 hectares of the total 43-hectare parcel, would form part of this battery energy storage facility and would be subject to the amendments that are being sought. Approximately 4.6 hectares is actually the footprint of the facility itself, and it would be surrounded by buffer, as we heard, a 200-meter setback from Second Line proposed to any of the battery units. So the property is currently designated prime agricultural and core greenlands in the county official plan and is currently zoned A agricultural exception and EP environmental protection, which just recognizes the 2 dwellings on the property. It should be noted that the proposed facility would be outside the core greenlands and environmental protection zone. So it's outside also of the Grand River Conservation Authority regulated area. The provincial planning statement recently amended in October of 2024, now does provide clear language and intention for these types of facilities. They're called energy storage systems, and they are defined now in the planning statement as a specified use, and they're specifically included as a definition in the on-farm diversified use definition that is permitted in prime agricultural areas. So it is clear that they are anticipated to be located in rural and prime agricultural areas. As per provincial guidelines, which we refer to as Publication 851, our township zoning bylaw was amended to allow such on-farm diversified uses as of right to occupy, in accordance with provincial guidelines, up to 2% of a lot area of up to 1 hectare. And this allows farmers opportunities to support their incomes. However, also where the scale of such uses might exceed the criteria limits, there is direction provided as well in the provincial policies that limited non-agricultural uses can be considered, such as private infrastructure facilities within prime agricultural areas as well, provided they meet a specific set of criteria, and those including an identified need, and that alternative locations were considered, which we heard previously. So the zoning bylaw application actually seeks to allow this as a permitted use that occupies approximately 10% or 4.6 hectares of the lot area. The project is also subject to a Class EA environmental assessment process for minor transmission facilities, which includes a review of environmental and other impacts. This Class EA process, as well as the planning application review process, required numerous studies to be submitted, and they were provided in the previous planning staff report and are available on the township's website, but I will just list some of them. They agricultural, archaeological, cultural heritage, geotechnical, hydrogeological, natural heritage, noise, environmental, stormwater management, and planning studies and assessments have all been conducted. I believe they are in the final stages now of the technical reporting through the Class EA process. And so those studies have been reviewed and have either indicated that there are no negative impacts, or they've provided recommendations through mitigation measures to ensure that any potential negative impacts could be effectively mitigated. So a statutory public meeting was held in November 25th. We received several oral and written submissions regarding the applications, both in support and in opposition to the proposed facility. And those are attached to the report before you. The submissions in support cited the need for such facilities to ensure the long-term power supply. Submissions in opposition cited key concerns related to fire, water supply, potential contamination, scale compatibility, loss of agricultural lands, and property values. Agency comments are attached, including comments from the county, which we didn't have previously. The GRCA and MTO also commented with no specific concerns raised. In response to the key concerns, staff and the consultants have provided written responses and additional material, which are included in your report. And it does focus on planning policy analysis and review, but does provide additional information that we put together to address some of the other matters that arose, such as fire safety. So it should be noted that many of the concerns raised could be addressed and would be addressed through the detailed design stage, which occurs during the site plan approval process. And through that process is where associated legal agreements would be assured, so that items such as securities, rehabilitation, and many of the other detailed design features would be put into a legal framework and registered on title of the property. There would also likely be, in terms of securities agreements, either with the owner, between IPA and the owner, or the township would explore what securities could be taken, but that would be addressed through a future report. So tonight there is no actual recommendation being put forward for a decision, but a recommendation report will proceed to council at an upcoming meeting. And this report is intended to offer as much information as possible on this matter to allow for discussion and answering of any questions before a final recommendation report is brought forward for consideration. And I recognize that there is a lot of information that's been provided, but staff is here to answer any questions. And I know that the consultant team and the applicant are still here as well. So pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mariana. Questions, comments for Mariana or staff? Yes, go ahead, Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Have we done, I don't know the exact name of it. It's for noise and vibration, similar to the windmills. Have we done a capacity test on that? Do we have any information on that?
Through you, Mayor Waters, thank you for the question, Councillor McDonald. Yes, there are noise studies, noise assessments were done that had the receptor points measured, and I'm not sure about if vibration is part of that, but it's not.
Vibration is mostly what I'm after, because I am told that there is a kickoff to potential areas around it, and that would be important to me in my decision.
Are you referring to the battery units themselves, that there's vibration related to that?
It's a similar vibration to windmills, and there's a study that can be done. It's overarching, this type of study, but it would be helpful. And if it was done in other battery storage plants across Canada, maybe there was one done.
Okay, we can take that back.
Yeah.
And explore that.
It has to do with, quality of life. And I know the windmills have affected people in their areas, and apparently these do give off some sort of vibration that is continual. And I'm being abundantly cautious. Thank you.
Thank you. I know there is some reference in the noise studies to, okay.
Thank you so much. I did see that.
Councillor Evoy.
Thank you. Through you, sir. I have two questions with your permission. The first question is with regards to what I asked during the presentations around insurance, around the cost to rebuild. And I was told that we could discuss that during the report. Can you expand on that a little bit, please?
Yes, through you. Thank you for the question. So through the site plan process, we would get a detailed rehabilitation plan and determine the costs, and then determine what the best course of action would be to retain the securities. And we would seek legal advice on that.
So just with regards to that, that means we're not sure. They didn't come in here saying they would pay to rehab the land?
Yes, they would be fully responsible for the costs. It's the legal mechanism, whether that's with the owner of the land or whether the township would get involved in those securities, whether it's a surety bond or something like that.
Thank you. And my second question, with the indulgence of the mayor and my colleagues, I'd like a little bit of information about insurance. In the event that something, heaven forbids, unforeseen does go awry, do we need to take out an additional insurance policy? Is there something we should be made aware of? I know we've heard from a lot of our constituents who frankly have asked us to ask about it, and I'm happy to indulge them. So if you can expand on that at all, that'd be great.
I'm not sure. I don't know if I would defer to maybe CAO Wilson.
Through Mayor Waters, we don't anticipate having to take on any additional insurance for a situation like this. It's not something. It's a private corporation, and they'll have their own insurance needs, and it's not something that the township would have to worry about.
For clarification, then, thanks so much, CAO Wilson. What that means is, should something happen, IPA is directly responsible, even if it's 15 years. Great. Thank you so much for clarifying.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you. As a kind of follow up on the same theme of insurance, is staff aware of any community where they're hearing that residents near similar facilities are seeing increased insurance policies or unable to get insurance because of any kind of perceived increased threat? Are we aware of anything like that?
Through you, Mayor Waters, thank you for the question. I'm not aware. I haven't heard anything in reference to that. So I'm sorry, I can't answer that.
Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Through you. Do you know if the lease is like set 25-year lease, that's it, and then, or is there going to include an option for renewal or an extending of the lease?
I think there's some reference in the report to the timing of the lease. I don't think there would be renewal other than the activities that would rehabilitate the site. I'm not sure if the applicant has some additional information about the lease. Sure.
Thank you. Councillor, would you mind repeating the question? Sorry, Councillor Adams. Councillor Jefferson.
Sorry, thank you. I was just wondering if there's like an option to renew at the end of the lease, like at the end of your 25 years, if there's an option to renew included in the lease structure?
Yeah, thank you for your question, Councilor Jefferson. Yeah, so the lease has extension options in it after the 25 years. And those extensions are there as an abundance of caution. If we do need to extend rehabilitation of the land, we don't know what that process is going to look like yet, then we may exercise those extensions. Thank you.
Any further questions for, yes, Councillor Jefferson and then Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor Waters. So I think my question might be for Brett, perhaps. With just looking at the timeline, when we have approved like our South Secondary Fergus development, and that we're looking at basically getting infrastructure put in place, which we don't have as of yet. Do you know like a projection of time before there might actually be houses being built down that far south? Thanks.
Yeah, I think through you, Mayor Waters, I think from this time, at this point in time, it's pretty hard to estimate that. I think, certainly there's South Fergus is 3,100 units in total there, so it's going to take a long time to build out. And towards second line will be the latter stages of development. The first part of it we're likely to see soon that can take advantage of the existing infrastructure on McQueen. So it'll be immediately south of McQueen Boulevard before we see anything that close. There's $12 million worth of infrastructure to go in the ground before the rest of it is even service. So, and we're just in preliminary stages of any consultation with the developers about the timing and who's paying for that. So it's hard to say right now.
Councillor McDonald?
Your Mayor Waters. When we started going down this path, if I went back to, what was that, like November of 2023, maybe, there were 2 applications. And then one application went away. And my question is, why didn't it come back to council that we were only dealing with one application? Because when both of them came up, one was more attractive to me than the other. So, I know we follow the Planning Act, but this is new for staff and for us. And why didn't it come back to us? Thank you.
To you, Mayor Waters, I think when this came to council, neither of them were planning applications at that point in time. The procurement was started, and as part of procurement, the proponents were asked to seek municipal council resolutions. And so that's what came before council the first time. And IPA were the successful proponent in the IESO. So the fact that the other application didn't come forward is because it didn't get a contract with IESO. And so the planning applications here were only filed after the approval was given by the province or by the IESO.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Through you. I think this question would be for Brett as well. So what we're looking at is a zoning exemption to move from like the 2% to like more closer to 10% for that additional use. And I can respect the need or want to like supplement that income. So by passing this zoning coming up, would it be specific for this application, or would we be changing that 2% to 10% for all future? Like, would that apply to like future applications as well? And if it is specific to this one, does it, without changing the zoning, does it give precedence to kind of allow those applications to come forward? And what would the staff position be on that?
Through you, thank you for the question. So it it is specific only to this site, and there are a couple of ways to write the zoning bylaw because it's not, there's two different policies that we looked at. We looked at the on-farm diversified use where we could restrict the percentage. Instead of 2%, it'd be 10%, or it's limited non-agricultural use. Both policies apply, really. So we could just say, again, that the use is permitted, and then just limit the area. So we don't technically have to have the percentage even in there. It could just say it's limited to whatever the hectares are for the actual footprint.
Just listening to like a lot of the comments where it's like, being able to provide that supplemental income to our farmers, like, why limit it then just to this one application? Why not change it for all?
Thank you for the question. Through you. So the publication 851 that we use, that's our provincial guidance. It really highly recommends 2%. So right now that's in place in our zoning bylaw. Any farmer could take advantage of that and have another business on their property. There's a variety of types of businesses, but if they want to go beyond that 2%, then we would look at it on a case-by-case basis just like this, and they would require a site-specific zoning exception and would come before you again. So they do have the opportunity to apply, but generally speaking, 2% is what's recommended and what the limitation is currently in the bylaw.
Any further questions for Mariana? Okay. We're going to receive this for information. So I'm going to ask for someone to receive this. Yes, Councillor Evoy. Seconder, Councillor Craddock. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So move. Thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, we'll move down to item 11.2, annual posted speed limit and traffic calming review. And I see Adam is moving to the lectern. Welcome, Adam.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Waters, and hello, members of council. So before I use the township's annual posted speed limit and traffic calming review report, this year we evaluated posted speeds and speeding on a total of 23 road segments. The streets were selected based on resident concerns received through the township's Report It online tool. The full evaluation results are included in attachment 1 of the report. The map on the screen here, very small, apologies, but it's also included in the agenda package, is the locations that we evaluated for speed limit reductions. So of the 23 segments, reductions were recommended on 5 segments. They include Albert Street, Fergus from Tower Street to the end, reduced from 50 to 40. Elora Street, Fergus from Guelph Street to Tower Street, reduced from 50 to 40. Garifraxa Street West, Fergus from Beatty to St. David, from 50 to 40. Side Road 6N Nickel from first line to 8th line, reduced from 80 to 60. And Side Road 10 and Side Road 15, West Garifraxa, from Highway 6 to the Aramasa West Garifraxa town line, reduced from 80 to 60. The next map, Devlin. Thank you. This is the locations where speeding concerns were evaluated and confirmed. So of the, just to recap, so a speeding concern is when the 85th percentile speed is greater than 10 kilometers over the posted speed limit in urban areas and 15 in rural areas. Of the 23, speeding was confirmed on 7 segments. Those include Elora Street, Fergus from Guelph Street to Tower Street, First Line Nickel from County Road 7 to 250 meters east of Spencer Drive, First Line Nickel from 250 meters east of Spencer Drive to South River Road, Garifraxa Street West, Fergus from Beatty Line to St. David Street North, Side Road 6N Nickel from First Line to 8th Line, Side Road 10 and 15 West Garifraxa from Highway 6 to the Aramasa West Garifraxa Town Line, and Union Street West, Fergus from Tower Street to 180 meters west of Guelph Street. So to address speeding concerns, various traffic calming measures were recommended on those 7 segments. And measures include installation of new speed signs, flexible bollards, electronic speed display signs, center line, edge line painting, and a request for enhanced enforcement from the OPP. Note that the township has also installed traffic calming measures in the area of St. David Street North to address cut-through traffic associated with the detour for construction of Phase 2 of St. David Street. And the report also highlights those measures that have been implemented for traffic calming as part of that project. Following the success of the 40-kilometer-per-hour neighborhood pilot program last year in the area of York Street and Elora, township staff will be implementing 2 new 40-kilometer-per-hour neighborhoods this year, one in the Storybrooke and Beatty Hollow subdivisions, and the other in the Princes and Albert Street area of Fergus. New signage will be installed in these neighborhoods, and staff will collect data to determine the impact of the 40-kilometer-per-hour zones. Staff will report back to council this summer with an updated speed limit bylaw, which will bring the recommended speed limit reductions into legal effect. And the traffic calming recommendations outlined in the report will be implemented throughout 2025. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Adam. Questions, comments? Councillor Evoy.
Thank you through you, sir. Thank you, Adam. Thank you and your team for doing such hard work on this. I do have a couple of questions with regards to, I remain a little curious about streets like Black Street that didn't make it, that we have seen an endless amount of problems on with regards to speeding. We saw that before our first phase of construction, and we're definitely continuing to see it, and certainly in that whole area. And I fear that we're going to see a similar thing. I appreciate that you addressed it on the other side of the road, like Forfar and St. James and some of these streets that are problematic. Not sure why we didn't do the same thing on Garifaxa East as we did on Garifaxa West. So if you can speak to that first, and then my other one is around school zones.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Evoy. So through the mayor. So if I understand correctly, you're talking about the concerns related to the St. David Street construction project and the cut through traffic.
Yeah, both the first phase and now.
Yeah. So for this phase, what I can say is, we've come up with a good plan, I think, to implement measures in advance of the start of construction. That said, the patterns of traffic can be a little bit unpredictable sometimes. So staff are continuing to monitor what's happening out there. We're receiving lots of concerns from folks, and we're taking those into serious consideration. And if we need to kind of, augment our current plan, we will certainly do that. I know we've already made some recommendations to install additional flexible bollards, and those will be implemented soon.
An outstanding job as the councillor in the first phase in that ward. I'm so impressed and so thankful for the work that you guys did. My other question is around the school zone. So we've learned a lot from this camera and what they brought, how many tickets have been issued by the school. I'm wondering why we're sitting at 40 and not 30.
Yep. So through the mayor, thank you very much, Councillor Evoy. Good question. I think, we've reduced the speed limit on a lot of road segments from 50 to 40. There's a lot of data out there around collisions with pedestrians and kind of, the outcomes at speeds in excess of 40. And 40 seems to be this important tipping point where 40 or less, there are better outcomes for pedestrians struck by vehicles. 40 and higher, there are much worse outcomes for pedestrians struck by vehicles. So 40 seems to be, I guess, a reasonable speed limit. And I know in some other municipalities, they have gone to 30 in some areas. And that's something that we can certainly take away and take into consideration as we move forward with this annual program.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. And if it's okay with you, I have about 30 questions because I've had to be quiet for 2 hours. So I'm totally joking. Just kidding, Adam. My question is similar to Councillor Evoy's first question, but about the detour routes through because of the St. David Street construction. Still getting quite a few calls about Parkside Street in particular and the other streets in and around there. Where people are quite concerned about the speeds and the lack of traffic calming. Because I think now people kind of learned last year what could be done on some of the streets, like Gowrie had quite a few measures implemented. And I have kind of driven around myself too and noticed that it's pretty easy to keep going pretty fast if you wanted to. So I'm just curious, I know you said staff are continuing to monitor, but 2 things. What's the best way for residents to let you know that they're still seeing a lot of speeding and a lot of problems? So that'd be one question. And then the second one, are you going to keep kind of adding to the traffic calming in those side cut through streets? Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Wilton, and through the mayor. So we are, some of those, you mentioned Parkside in particular. We have installed speed cushions on Parkside. We have heard, that from some folks that they appreciate those and they seem to be effective. That said, this is a continuous process, and we are continuing to monitor what's happening. We will respond if we think that we can add additional measures that will be effective. Your question about how people can voice their concerns, they can call the township's general line. They can go on the Report It tool online and report it that way. They can also contact the township's project team directly. And we've got some information on the Connect CW page for the project and how you can get in direct contact with us. But, we have people have been contacting staff directly, and we have been responding to those concerns.
Just a quick follow-up, because I do always direct people to the Report It tool as one place they can go. And I've had comments back that they don't hear back from anybody. So I'm just kind of curious on how timely the Report It tool is, because the construction season might be over maybe. So I think they're wanting kind of like next day responses. So is it best just to call the township directly or call the project team from the Connect CW contact info?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Wilton. Through the mayor, I think for concerns related to the construction specifically, we would recommend that they get in direct contact with the project team, and that would be through the details that are on the Connect CW page.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. My question is on Millburn Boulevard. Sorry. So the recommendation was to keep as is. Can you just confirm for me, and sorry if I missed it in the report, when the field test was done? I am getting a lot of residents feeling that there's actually been an increased amount of traffic through there that may be cutting through, avoiding the ASE camera. So I'm just wondering if that field test was done prior to that implementation or like well into that implementation.
Yeah, so thank you, Councillor Adams. So through the mayor, so the speed limit was reduced from 50 to 40 on Millburn. I believe it was in last year's report, it was a recommendation of last year's report. So the 85th percentile speed data is new data that was collected sometime between last April and this April. I'm not sure exactly when. Yeah, and we had implemented some traffic calming along Millburn also, flexible bollards. So what we're recommending is that we continue to do that so that the flexible bollards continue to be present on Millburn. And so we measured an 85th percentile speed of 47.9 kilometers per hour, which is telling us that, it's gone down, and, those measures seem to be effective.
Thank you. And yeah, no, I needed to read that full piece there. But the other thing is that as we're, doing this much needed focus on safety in the roads, we also need to be able to get traffic through our town, those commuter roads where they're, able to actually move. I'm just wondering if you could speak to that a little bit, and what's kind of what the strategy is there as we focus on safety of our roads. How are we safely keeping cars moving through? What's the strategy there? Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Adams. So through the mayor. So I think when we started on this journey of a kind of a data-driven approach to evaluating speed limits, we didn't want to use a blanket approach. Maybe some other municipalities have used, where they go out and they say, all 80 kilometer per hour roads in the rural are going to be 60. All urban roads are going to go from 50 to 40. We wanted to look at it on a case-by-case basis, and we wanted to consider the attributes of the road in question, data about how quickly people are actually driving, how safe from a technical perspective, how safe is this road to drive at a higher rate of speed. So I think the process we have is quite good that way, and that we're using a tool that's developed by the Transportation Association of Canada to plug in kind of the attributes of the road, and then for that to kind of recommend a speed limit based on those attributes. So we're trying to take a data-driven kind of scientific approach to it, and we think that what that will do is that the roads that are designed to efficiently move vehicles at higher rates of speed, the the recommendation is that they remain at higher rates of speed. The roads that are not, there's a recommendation to decrease the speed limit to something that makes more sense technically. You're welcome.
Okay. Any other further questions or comments for Adam? Okay, I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington endorses recommendation outlined in report number IS 2025-12 related to proposed speed limit reductions on township roads to be implemented through upcoming amendment to the township speed limit bylaw, and that council directs staff to proceed with implementing speed reduction measures as outlined in report number IS 2025-12. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor Adams. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's so moved. Thank you, Adam. We'll move down to 11.3, parking bylaw amendments, and report from John Gaddy. Or is it John?
Yeah, I'll introduce the report, Mayor Waters, if that's okay. So, yeah, so the report before you here is an update to our the township's parking bylaw. We have about 13 changes, I'd say, to categorize them just as a result of some of the reconstruction projects that we've had recently. We've built a new street through the business park, so we had to bring that into the bylaw, and just what I'd characterize as some housekeeping items. I'd also bring to council's attention, we're looking at just a small expansion to the 3-hour area on St. Andrew Street, just beyond Gowrie. And also we're looking at adding the new electric vehicle parking spots in Bissell Park to the bylaw as well. So John wrote the report. He's here as well. We're happy to answer any questions council may have on the report.
Thank you for Colin. Any comments or questions as it relates to this item? Okay, I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington authorize the mayor and municipal clerk to execute a bylaw to amend bylaw 6000-23, a bylaw to regulate the parking and stopping of vehicles on highways, public parking lots, and some instances private property within the Township of Centre Wellington. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Evoy, seconder on that. Councillor McDonald. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none. All those in favor? So moved. Thank you for that. We'll move down to 11.4 Fergus Grand Theatre renovation and grant update. And I see Casey Barnes moving up to the lectern here. Welcome, Casey.
Thanks for having me. Mayor, members of council, I'm pleased to bring forward a good news story for your consideration today. Staff are excited to share that the township has been successful in securing funding through the Canada Cultural Spaces Fund in the amount of $59,578 for the renovation of the upstairs washrooms area at the Fergus Grand Theatre. It's an important investment that will help improve and enhance the experience for the users of the facility. This space is not open to the public, but is used by the renters, performers, staff, and technicians. Council provided support for the application and approved 50% capital budget funding, and the project was conditional on receiving the grant. Through the grant application process, the total project budget was revised from $105,339 to $119,154, which is an increase of $13,816. The recommendation of the report seeks council authorizes to proceed with the project and approval of the additional funding request of $6,908.22 from the General Capital Reserve to match the grant requirements. And I'm available for any questions that you guys may have.
Thank you for that. Comments, questions from council. Councillor Evoy.
Thank you. Are they accessible? I guess not, because we can't get up those stairs in an accessible fashion.
No, so the accessible washrooms were done in the last renovation, so these are not accessible. No.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington authorizes staff to proceed with the Fergus Grand Theatre upstairs washroom renovation project, and that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington approves additional project funding of $6,908.22 from the General Capital Reserve to meet the township's 50% commitment to the Fergus Grand Theatre Canadian Cultural Spaces Fund grant application. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor Jefferson, any further comments or questions? Yes, Councillor Wilton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Waters. Just want to congratulate you and the rest of your team for securing the grant. That's great, and it's going to be good to see the renovation happen at the theatre. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. The report before you details the 2024 operating results for the Township of Centre Wellington and includes qualitative and quantitative overviews of said results. In summary, the township closed the 2024 fiscal year with a surplus of just north of $1.9 million, or approximately 4.86 of the tax-supported budget. Largest contributors to the surplus were supplementary taxation, net of write-offs, of approximately $1.2 million, and investment income surpassing budget expectations by approximately $850,000. Offsetting these were several smaller negative variances in the area of fire, planning and development, and public works. And as in prior years, staff recommend that the tax-supported operating surplus for 2024 be transferred to the General Capital Reserve. And with that, I'm happy to field any questions that council may have.
Thank you, Adam. Comments, questions from council? Councilor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and through you, thank you, Adam, for the quick report. I've asked this question, I think, 5 times before, maybe in this term of council, but I'm still concerned and comparing it as also to the next report later in the agenda, but the reserve update on reserves in general, is that we do not seem to be setting money aside for parks and recreation facilities and upgrades to current facilities or the construction of new facilities, whether they be indoor or outdoor types of things for our community. So I understand that the money kept in the General Capital Reserve can be used for parks and recreation facilities, but I'm kind of curious how often that actually happens. Like, when do we ever tap into that reserve to fund something like a new soccer field or something like that? And then if the reserve is not a place to build up funds for such a project, like, how can we go about trying to save money? I was recommended today in an email that should come up at the budget discussion or at asset management planning time. And I'm just curious, like, only got a year left, so I want to try and make sure we start building up some kind of a nest egg. To these facilities aren't cheap, so we need to figure out a way to save for them, in my opinion. So just curious about some of those, if you could comment on how we save for parks and recreation facilities. Thank you.
Certainly. Through you, Mayor Waters. There's a multitude. Leveraging the General Capital Reserve, as we do, is something that we do, and it's taken into consideration on balance through the annual budgeting cycle, whereby, as a municipality, we are resource constrained, certainly from a funding standpoint, where we have a number of different competing priorities. And staff take a tremendous amount of time and do a tremendous amount of due diligence in supporting a capital budget that's been brought forward to council that addresses those priorities as they arise. Parks and Rec, as we've just endorsed, did receive a contribution from the General Capital Reserve to facilitate a grant. But again, as these situations come into play, staff take them on balance with the other competing priorities. So with that, in terms of ability to continue to save, the General Capital Reserve is certainly one, and you can trim the capital budget through the annual budgeting process to not spend up to the capacity within that general reserve on an annual basis to help bolster some savings into that. But by doing so, you're not effectively taking into consideration some of those priority projects as they come to light.
I guess I'm just concerned that some of these things aren't going to just come up. So the theater, sure, that's a great example, but that is something that came up as an opportunity through a grant project and through a definite need of the washrooms not being appropriate right now. But I'm just thinking of these larger facilities, like a multi-use indoor recreational facility, or to revamp an entire soccer complex or outdoor field complex, for example. Those to me seem like they're going to take years to build up the capital for. So I'm just curious how we go about that. And if we can't, because this surplus came about partly through increased assessment 2024, if we can't even do like a portion of it and start putting some away. But if that's not the appropriate way to manage municipal finances, that's fine. But I just want to make sure we are actually trying to do what we can to meet those needs of the future community. Thank you.
Through Mayor Waters, just a couple of points. I know we're expecting a Parks and Rec plan to come forward very shortly, and at the same time, we're just initiating this month actually a development charge background study. So we're hoping, as the Parks and Rec plan feeds into the development charge study, that we can bring forward an approach where we're leveraging development charges as much as we can to pay for the growth-related impacts of Parks and Recreation and other services. Another comment is like some good examples of where having generic reserves helped Parks and Recreation. A good example is the renovation of the Jefferson Elora Community Center. Used substantial money in a given year that would not have been available for a specific Parks and Rec reserve. It was a use of OLG funds and the General Capital Reserve to bring up the necessary funds to renovate that facility. Another example, a project that hasn't been initiated yet, but the proposed investment to the Bissell Park project is where we put more money than usual into a capital project that's Parks and Rec related. That is because we have general reserves and we can reduce funding in other areas to go towards a service area like Parks and Rec when the need fits. So I think that's where staff are recommending. It's the budget process really where council can tell us, we recognize the funding you're bringing forward, but let's dedicate more to Parks and Rec. So that we're looking at all services at once when we're making that decision rather than just Parks and Recreation.
Did I see a hand here, Councillor Adams, or? Okay, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Through you, Mayor Waters. I think with just touching on what Councillor Wilton has said, I very much agree, especially with the Parks and Rec Master Plan coming out. I understand we're looking at development charges now, but we've had this plan underway for quite some time. And I think having some sort of dedication. So when you talk about development fees, CAO Wilton, are you talking about like a percentage of every building permit? Are you talking about, you know, how far do you want to go in development fees? And do we have to hire a consultant for that before the Parks and Rec Master Plan come out? Like, I'm sorry, I'm confused a bit.
Through Mayor Waters, we have hired a consultant to do the development charge study. That was an approved project in the 2025 budget. That calculation in itself looks at the cost of growth in every service area and divides it by the growth that's anticipated. So that includes Parks and Recreation. So it will take projects recommended in the Parks and Rec plan and calculate the needed development charges to fund the growth related share of those projects. So that is a very legislated calculation that we've started now and will be done by the end of the year.
Okay, just follow up. So they will go together. They will go hand in hand.
Through Mayor Waters, the Parks and Rec plan needs to be approved first because council needs to approve the need for the service before it goes into the DC study.
Thank you, through you. I just want to understand the rationale here, and I'm kind of bleeding into the next report because we are actually setting up a dedicated reserve for parking. So how does that differ from, like, we've identified even in our strategic action plan, a need, like, we recognized that there's like some investment that needs to be done in our Parks and Rec. I'm only assuming at this point that our Parks and Rec Master Plan will support that assumption. Through our kind of engagement with the consultant said, you know, it's going to be broken into, you know, kind of like more immediate and long-term kind of needs. So what's the difference? Like, why are we setting up a parking and we can't set up something specific for projects related that come out of the Parks and Rec Master Plan? I'm just not understanding the difference.
Through Mayor Waters, parking is relating to providing a parking service that will generate revenue that we can decide at a later date how that revenue is to be allocated. If we get into paid parking, for example. What we're suggesting here is, yes, we're doing a Parks and Rec plan right now, but we're also doing an active transportation and mobility plan. We're also doing an economic development and tourism plan. All of these plans will say that we need to increase funding. We have others that we're not doing plans on right now, like roads, fire services, that will also require additional funding. So all that we're suggesting at this point is that council allocates funding when you're looking at all of the services combined so that you can compare the need in Parks and Rec to the need in fire and roads and active transportation. And we do that twice, once annually during the budget, and we do it during asset management planning. So I think at this point, we're just recommending to council that we wait till one of those opportunities before we start considering dedicated reserves and allocations to services like Parks and Recreation.
Okay. As you said, there's a lot of needs and resources are small, not sufficient at this time. So can you just, Adam, can you speak, I understand putting it in general capital reserve. Would another option been like looking to pay down some of our long-term debts so that we could save like on the interest payments we're making, which would therefore then allow us to have more spending room to pay for things like new parks and rec?
Through the mayor, predominantly our debt as it's positioned right now is largely facilitated through development charge contributions. So with this operating surplus, this gives us opportunity to address some of the other things from a rehab and rehabilitation standpoint, whereas development charges are predominantly targeted towards growth-related items to support long-term growth. And from a debt servicing standpoint, we try to marry the life cycle of the assets that we're facilitating through debt with the payments, just so you're not kind of dipping into some of your other capacity constraints with those servicing dollars.
Follow up or? Yep.
Yes, I was going to propose an amendment. You can tell me when the appropriate time is for that. Okay.
Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, through you. I just wanted to ask, in your report where it talks about that the results of the variance is it's an unaudited tax-supported operating fund surplus, and that the surplus does not include like other adjustments and year-end adjustments. Do you anticipate that there will be like an impact on that number after you do the year-end adjustments? Thank you.
We're not anticipating any adjustments at this time.
Thank you. This one's with the planning division with your write-up and everything down below. With the planning revenues having the negative variance. And I can see and I understand why, but do you anticipate that having an impact on the 2025 revenues for the planning division? Or was that something that would only be applicable in the 2024 year?
Yeah, through the mayor, that was on the basis of an accounting standard that was introduced where we had to take those deferred items into consideration for 2024. So really you could see 2024 as the year is taking the hit. Every year we're going to have to assess what the deferral requirements are. Sometimes they'll go up, sometimes they'll go down, but on balance, we don't expect it to be as large of a hit and as we have seen in 2024. You're welcome.
Any other further comments or questions for Ad? Okay. So let me read the recommendation and see where we go with this. Recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington receive report core 2025-17 being a report on the 2024 operating results of the Township of Centre Wellington dated April 28, 2025 for information, and that the Council directs staff to transfer the 2024 year-end operating surplus in the amount of 1910466 to the General Capital Reserve. I'll start with a mover on that. Well, okay, we'll start with a mover on that first. Okay, mover on that. Councillor Welton, seconder on that. Councillor Jefferson. Okay, comments, questions?
Thank you. I'd like to propose an amendment that we insert after the second paragraph at the end of the sentence, and that staff give future consideration for potential funding opportunities for projects related to the Parks and Rec Master Plan.
Which they're doing now, but it's just part of a further consideration. So, okay. I will
second that.
Okay, sorry?
I'd second that if you need it.
Yeah. So how do we want to here in terms of how you would like to address that?
I think it should be done separately. Good, I didn't catch it.
Yes, sorry, Carrie. So just kind of right at the end of the general capital reserve, and that staff give future consideration to potential funding opportunities for projects related to the Parks and Rec master plan.
So I think you need to vote on it separately. It's not a friendly amendment.
It's an amendment.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I've done is I have a motion moved by Councillor Adams and seconded by Councillor Wilton, that the following statement be added or included, that staff give future consideration to potential funding opportunities for projects related to the Parks and Recreation Plan.
Okay.
And if that passes, then we will add it.
We have the first one on. So this one's out there on the floor right now, this part.
But you accepted an amendment, so you must deal with the amendment first.
Okay. I'll read that then. That the Council of Township of Centre Wellington sorry, what happened there?
Sorry, I'm just going to say that the following be.
Fine.
Okay.
Okay, that the following be included and that staff give further consideration to the potential funding opportunities to proceed related to Parks and Recreation Plan. And we had a mover on that, and we had a seconder on that as well. Any further comments or Councillor Jefferson?
Sorry, thank you. My question is for clarification of how we can identify a future plan that council hasn't accepted already as a plan for Parks and Rec.
Like going back to the strat plan.
Of the plan. Like we don't have like that plan that we're referencing in this as an amendment is not a plan that the council has accepted or passed.
We can have the word future. That is separate motion.
Okay, just keep that in mind as this further hoping to clarify this or, yep, go ahead.
Through Mayor Waters, my understanding is a Parks and Rec master plan is coming, and this is preparation where we haven't prepared. And so going forward, we're making a conscious effort to include this because it is going to be a major plan, and there needs to be funds for it. So that's my understanding.
Yeah, we're trying to, what would be the words or the phrase that we can, sorry, what would be the words or phrase that would be included in this and try to keep it fairly simple?
That's the ballot that we consider. Yeah. Is that if and when the plan?
Related to any
future
newly adopted
Yeah,
recreation
probably
plan?
that would make, okay, I'm just gonna get this typed out here and then we can I'll read this back out here.
That's a friendly amendment.
Okay.
If the mover and seconder accept that.
Okay, let me read this out. That the following statement be included and that the staff given further consideration to potential funding opportunities for projects related to any newly adopted Parks and Recreation Plan. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We had a first and seconder. Okay. Any further comments or questions on that? All those in favor? So moved. And then I have to go back to, that was out on the floor as well. So.
Okay, so that carried?
Yep.
All right. So then what you're going to do is, did you?
Yeah, everyone. Yep. Yeah. I saw their hands.
I didn't see her.
I saw hands up here. Yep. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so that's then you've accepted the
Yep,
amendment.
amendment, yep.
So then your new motion then would include the amendment. I
Okay.
just tacked it onto the
Okay.
bottom.
Okay, let me read this now. That the Council of Township of Centre Wellington receive report core 2025-17 being a report on 2024 operating results for the Township of Centre Wellington dated April 28, 2025 for information, and that Council directs staff to transfer the 2024 year-end operating surplus in the amount of 1.910,466 to the general capital reserves, and that the staff give further consideration to potential funding opportunities for projects related to newly adopted Parks and Recreation Plan. Okay. And we had a mover on that, and we had a seconder on that as well. Any further comments or questions as it relates to that? Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Thank you. Thank you for that. Let's go down to 11.6 reserve and reserve fund policy update. Adam is still here.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. The report before council pertains to the township's reserve and reserve fund policy and is supplemental to the report previously received by council regarding the 2024 operations of the township and the associated surplus. Municipal reserves and reserve funds are important long-term financial planning tools used to set aside funds to meet future funding requirements. Having reserve and reserve fund policy in place provides guidance for township staff in preparing the annual budget, operating and capital budgets. And this report identifies proposed changes to the existing reserve and reserve fund policy. Most notably, the inclusion of new reserves to support the internal loans supporting additional well capacity at the F2 and F5 locations, a new reserve for parking-related matters to support future parking-related operating and capital requirements. And in addition to these new reserves, staff are proposing the following. First, a transfer of funds from the General Capital Reserve to various reserves, including the WSIB ABO Reserve, Employee Future Benefits Reserve, Legal Matters Reserve, Insurance Claims Reserve, Tax Rate Stabilization Reserve, WSIB Excess Loss Reserve, and the Parking Matters Reserve to meet recommended funding targets for these individual reserves, and to increase the target balance in the reserve for legal matters from $250,000 to $500,000 to provide additional capacity within the reserve for items related to the Integrity Commissioner, Ontario Land Tribunal, bylaw enforcement, and unforeseen legal costs associated with municipal operations. When factoring these recommended transfers in the 2024 surplus allocation to the General Capital Reserve, the net impact is an increase to the General Capital Reserve in the amount of $1,001,297, which will support future planned and unplanned tax-supported capital projects. And with that, I'm happy to field any questions.
Thank you, Adam. Comments, questions? Councillor Evoy.
Through you, Mayor, thank you so much. Just a quick question, the moving from 250 to 500. I've heard all the reasons it makes sense. Do you anticipate that being the new norm going forward? Or can you just back that up or give more information, please?
Certainly. I think from a staff perspective, the rationale behind that one is largely to facilitate defense of urban boundary expansion at the OLT level through external legal counsel. That's, unless something changes dramatically, I think that is the future outlook from a staff perspective.
Very quickly, and should we, for some reason, surpass that, we're still okay, right? Because, I mean, we're guessing how many times we're going to have to go, but we're in a position to support that should we need to go more.
That is correct. This is effectively provides us an opportunity for reserve dollars should the need arise. It is facilitated through a top up annually through the surplus allocation, and the reserve and reserve fund policy is reviewed on an as and when needed basis. So here again, doing the same thing.
Any other further? Yes, Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Adam, can you just confirm for me, can we just review the newly proposed parking reserve? So we're saying that it's just revenues currently that have been generated from parking that is going to be moving into that reserve. Can you confirm how much that amount will be coming in from 2024? And yeah, just confirm.
Certainly, yeah, through the mayor. The establishment of that reserve is a $130,000 contribution from 2024. And the reason why the number is as significant as it is because the 2024 operations in terms of the enforcement of the parking within the confines of Center Wellington was facilitated through a capital program. So in the operating results of 2024, we saw the revenues coming in, but no offsetting expense because the expense was to effectively deplete the previously established bylaw enforcement reserve as it pertains to parking needs. So within the 2025 budget, we've captured those both within the confines of the operating budget, and it's not kind of bifurcated in between operating and capital. So with that, as we see future iterations in terms of surplus and deficit through those operations within that cost center, those contributions will go or be facilitated through this newly formed reserve.
Okay, any follow-up?
Thank you. Follow-up or just clarification? The last line on there says, the sentence, the reserve will support future parking-related operating and capital requirements, will be funded by closed capital projects related to parking, understood, and bylaw operating fund surpluses. Is that related to parking or just other bylaw operating fund surpluses?
I think, sorry, through the mayor.
We have a couple things coming up this year, right?
Yep. On balance, that would be facilitated, at least in this particular iteration, through the parking related surplus or deficit operations.
Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. My question was just in regards to the neighborhood wellness reserve that's still listed on there. I was under the assumption that that had gone into the community impact grants and the money from that reserve was to be going into the grants.
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to take that question. I know everyone's shocked that I know anything about the reserves, but I was speaking to our deputy treasurer today about that. And if you remember, some of those amounts in 2025 were moved from that and moved into the Community Connect program. So that has been behind the scenes been funding some of the Community Connect program, like our upcoming volunteer fair. And so there is still some reserve. So if council chooses to continue that program or other items in that stream, then this would be funding that could be used for that. So you use some of it in 2025 and there's still a balance left.
Okay, Council, any further questions? Councillor Evoy?
Thank you, through you, sir. This evening, and I don't remember who did it. Someone mentioned the potential dollars from potential parking, paid parking. We're not counting on those dollars, correct? Like you're not in your head planning for dollars from parking as we go forward. Not bylaw parking, paid parking.
Through the mayor, paid parking has not been facilitated through the 2025 operating budget, as we haven't had council direction to implement such a thing.
Thank you.
Okay, any other further questions, comments for Adam? Okay, I'm going to read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington adopt the reserve and reserve fund policy outline and report core 2025-19 dated April 28, 2025, and that the Council Township of Centre Wellington authorize the mayor and clerk to sign a bylaw respective to this policy, and that the recommended transfers between reserves as at December 31st, 2024, as outlined in report core 2025-19 dated April 28, 2025, be approved and posted as of January 1st, 2025, and that any transfers between reserves required as a result of the 2025 transaction relating to the updated policies be made by staff. Do you have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, a seconder on that. Councillor Jefferson, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's so moved. Thank you. 11.7 Business Park Agreement of Purchase and Sale Update. And Brett Simmons here.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Council may recall that the CAO has delegated authority to execute agreements of purchase and sale, and that is conditional upon a template agreement being done, which was first done in March of 2022. In November of 2024, I brought forward a report recommending one change to the agreement of purchase and sale. And as we've moved on to discuss some other potential sales, we've identified a couple of other things that we think the CAO should have the authority or the ability to have optional provisions, and that will streamline the process. So, and these relate to two areas. One is in the schedule to the bylaw, we currently have a requirement that if somebody buys a lot, their initial build is, or their ultimate construction is meant to take up 40% of the width of the lot. And as we've gotten into the details of discussions, some of the lots are long and skinny, and having the 40%, if they want to reorient the building, it just doesn't work. So we're asking for the CAO to have the ability to delete or reduce that requirement if the configuration of the lot lends itself to that. And then the second one relates to our ability to buy back the land. We have provision that the land, if you buy a lot from us and you don't build within 2 years, we get to take the land back. That's to prevent flipping and to ensure that people aren't just sitting on land that they buy from us. So there are different ways to achieve the same thing. So currently, the agreement of purchase and sale sets out that there's a requirement for acknowledgement and direction to be provided at the time of the sale. What our solicitor is suggesting is that based on some agreement responses that we've received from the opposing legal counsel, there are other ways to accomplish the same thing. And in fact, we've already done that with an agreement that council did approve for Hammond's purchase. So what is being recommended is that alternative approach be within the CAO's delegated authority to make that alteration to the agreement. So with those two things, we think that that will certainly streamline, and we do have more than one agreement of purchase and sale that we're negotiating. So those are the two things that we're seeking council endorsement of.
Comments, questions? Councillor Evoy.
Thank you, through you, sir. I have two questions. Are you talking about buying it back at the same that it was purchased at, or at current market value? And at what level of discrepancy are we interested in accommodating?
We take the land back at 90% of the purchase value.
Okay. And the second question is, noting that I thought we would have sold more by now, I'm not going to lie, is the size, are you coming to us because the sizes have been problematic in the moving therein? Or what brought, I think it's a great idea that we revisit it, but what brought it forward?
Again, it's active discussions that are ongoing with agreements that we think, because it's already been done once, we think the pattern's going to repeat itself, and that these same items will come back up again and again. In terms of the sales, I guess, we sold one large parcel that took up a quarter of all the land. So I think, we would like to have seen more, but we probably sold more of the land that we thought we would at this point in time, just because of one rather large sale. But we do have several that are being in negotiation.
Further comments or questions? Okay, I'm going to read the recommendation. That the Council of Township of Centre Wellington authorize the CAO to utilize the revised standard form of agreement of purchase and sale for the land sales within Centre Wellington Business Park as set out in report PLN 2025-26 with immediate effect. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor Adam. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Now we'll move down to 11.8, business park, sorry? Kurt? Oh,
We haven't been doing it, but
Yep.
all our meetings go beyond 3 hours. So if you would like to, we could certainly extend the curfew.
yep, we can do that. So. Okay. Councillor Adams.
Yeah, just thank you. Just a quick note. I do have a hard stop at 9:30, so I'll have to recuse myself at that time.
Okay. We're working hard towards the end here. Okay.
Did you want to extend the curfew?
Yeah, we'll just keep on going.
Keep going.
Okay. So, okay. Business park land sales pricing policy 2025.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to be quick now. So the other element of the CAO's delegated authority relies on us studying annually
Okay. Comments or questions? Councillor McDonald.
Through Mayor Waters, has this been an issue?
It is an issue for some specific lands, again, where we know that there are constraints and the offer that came back is suggesting that a discount is.
Okay, thank you.
Any further comments or questions from council? Okay, I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington adopt the business park pricing policy attached to report PLNN 2025-22. Do you have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor McDonald. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those, you have a question? Okay. I'll ask the question again. Yeah, trying to. Okay, all those in favor? So moved. Okay. 11.9 Enterprise Resource Planning System Investigation, a report from Adam McDevitt.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. The report before council seeks direction to staff to issue a request for information for the purposes of gathering data to support future procurement efforts relative to the implementation of an enterprise resource planning system, or ERP. Township staff have been informed that our current financial systems have been given an end-of-life support date of December 31st, 2029. And while this may seem like a long way into the future, any major software transition can take several years to fully implement. Moreover, with any large-scale software change, this has also presented an opportunity to unify many of the standalone, fragmented, or underperforming systems into a new, more robust product offering that consolidates many functions into one. ERP systems aim to provide this very thing. The report details a list of core requirements and opportunity areas currently under consideration. Additionally, staff would like to address the need for a human resource system, or HR system, which can greatly assist with payroll, time management, and human capital management. One goal of the RFI process is to assess whether an HR system can be accomplished through an overall township ERP system, or whether an HR system must be acquired outside of an ERP system and connect to it. Staff will report back to council on this after the RFI process is complete. With council's endorsement, staff would look to issue an RFI in Q2 of 2025, analyze the results and conduct subsequent market research during Q3, and start drafting the request for proposal documents in Q4 for issue late in 2025, with designs of awarding documents in awarding early in 2026 to facilitate sufficient implementation timelines. And with that, I'm happy to field any questions that council may have.
Thank you, Adam. Questions, comments? Okay, seeing none. Recommendation of the Council of Township of Centre Wellington direct staff to issue a request for information, RFI, for the purpose of gathering data to support future procurement efforts relative to the implementation of the Enterprise Resource Planning ERP system for the township. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder of that. Councillor Craddock. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none. All those in favor? So moved. Item 11.10, Strong Mayor Powers. A report from Dan Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. This report outlines the strong mayor powers that are proposed to be given to the Township of Centre Wellington effective May 1st of this year. This was introduced to the township and other 168 affected municipalities on April 9th of this year, giving us less than a month for implementation. So at this point, we're still investigating the potential impacts on the township and are giving you our initial stance on things, but looking to report back to council with a more fulsome impact analysis at a later date. Within the county of Wellington, the mayor powers were given to Centre Wellington as well as the town of Minto. In terms of the powers given to the mayor effective May 1st of this year, they're really broken down into three areas: administrative, legislative, and financial. In short, the mayor, if he or she so chooses, could delegate the administrative powers to either council or staff, but the legislated and financial powers cannot be delegated. This potentially has an impact on a number of areas within the township from a bylaw, policy, and procedure perspective. So we are looking for some funding from our Legal Matters Reserve to work with our solicitor to assess potential impacts on documents like our procedure bylaw, council code of conduct, the CAO performance evaluation process, and other township recruitment processes. We're also anticipating a fairly significant change to the overall budget process starting in 2026. I'm not going to go through the specific details on mayor powers, but happy to take any questions. What we're looking for at this point is authorization to establish a dedicated webpage. The legislation says that mayoral decisions and directions must be in writing and provided to both council and the public. So we would like to use this dedicated webpage as a source to provide that information to the public and to council. And we'd like an opportunity to fully assess the impacts the strong mayor powers have on Centre Wellington, and we'll report back to council with those impacts at a later date.
Thank you, Dan. Comments, questions for Mr. Wilson? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. Just a thank you to staff to getting this on the agenda. This wasn't this was a surprise to everyone, I think, with the recent announcement. And I really just want to go on the record for telling the provincial government that I don't support what they did and in the time that they did it. It puts a lot of pressure on staff. So thank you for everything that you're doing in going through this. And thanks to everyone. And I do think, I don't think this is perceived well generally in the public as well. It's hard for the public to understand. And so I would just make a comment to staff when they're looking at other policy. It looks like you're doing a procedures and policy updates to potentially look at like the creation of a lobbying register policy, much like other municipalities have with strong mayor powers. I think that just adds like sometimes a layer of accountability and transparency that just may ease the public in these type of scenarios. But yeah, thanks to staff. Thank you.
Councillor Wilton.
Yeah, my comments were actually fairly similar. So just want to thank staff for getting this organized and put before council so quickly. The report's very thorough. I know it's late at night, so we're not going to go through it in detail, but I would encourage members of the public, if they're watching, to actually go, it's publicly available, to read the report that staff have put together. And in particular, the two attachments, the article by Airden Berlis and the presentation by AMCTO, I believe. I think they were both very helpful in understanding kind of the nuances of the strong mayor powers. So I think that's helpful. And yeah, I agree with the lobbying registry. I think that's a great idea. So hopefully we can look into that as start to learn more about what this all means for our township. So thank you again to CAO and the team. Thanks.
Councillor Evoy.
Through you, thank you, sir. When you are going to bring us the report that anticipates the impacts, is it possible for you to also add your thoughts on potential options around mitigating some of those? So if you see that this might be a problem or an impact that might change things, can you also please supply some options in what you think, rather than going back when we say, yes, this is going to be an issue, can you send us a report? Is it possible at all to add some of those options at that time?
Through Mayor Waters, we're actually staff are working directly with the mayor to look at ways in which he intends to use the powers or not use the powers in that case. So I wouldn't suggest this is something we're trying to mitigate. It's a matter of staff wanting to work with the mayor to figure out how the strong mayors powers are going to be implemented.
Okay, great. I didn't so much mean a problem with regards to Mayor Waters, so much as we go forward, how will the staff deal with having a mayor that has strong mayor powers? And if there's anything that you see, hopefully council will get to see how you're planning on working through all that.
Yeah, and through Mayor Waters, I think staff's objective is to look at areas of impact from a bylaw, policy, and procedure perspective, assuming that a mayor can choose to use the powers or choose not to use the powers, and it could change. So we need to make sure that our policies, bylaws, procedures can accommodate both. So I don't think it's a case of potentially changing or based on maybe what the current mayor would do, but it's more of a long-term view of looking at both options, if that makes sense.
Councillor McDonald.
Through your Mayor Waters, the report in this file from Airden Berlis, I caution it because the reference is to the City of Toronto Act, which is separate from all the other acts in the province of Ontario. So while I realize that's where their offices are, but it continually references the City of Toronto Act in strong mayor powers, which is a little bit different than the urban areas. I'd like to see urban areas referenced a little bit more, but thank you. It's a fulsome report. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Wilson.
Sorry, just a follow up, because I don't want people turned off of reading that article. It does talk about the City of Toronto Act, but it talks about it in conjunction with all the Strong Mayors Act, Powers Act from the whole province of Ontario and all the municipalities that are now covered.
And I would like any other comments, questions from council? Okay. Yes, Councillor Jefferson. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Water. Mayor's Water. Water.
It's me that heard that wrong.
Mayor's Waters.
Mayors.
And just looking at the implications, like the financial implications, and that it anticipated to be mostly staff time, and then the legal costs as well. But I'm also wondering how that's also going to play out for the staff's ability to fulfill your 2025 business plan as well. And I don't know, because I believe in June we're beginning, if that comes about, budget discussions. And just maybe if we can get an update eventually after you kind of work your way through this as to if there's any fallout that's going to take place for things not being able to be completed. Thanks.
Through Mayor Waters, yes, when we do the full impact assessment, we'll include an estimation on staff resources and potential impacts on the business plan. And we're still planning on doing a business plan report card in and around July for mid-year. So we'll be able to assess it there too.
Okay, any other further comments or questions as it relates to this? Okay, I'll read the recommendation that the Council Township of Central Wellington receive report CAO 2025-07 for information, and that the Council approve the establishment of a dedicated website page for the posting of all mayor's decisions and direction, and that Council directs staff to report back on the impacts resulting from the extension of strong mayor's powers to Central Wellington in areas such as procedure, bylaw, budget process, and other impacted policies. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor Jefferson, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Okay, we'll move down to item 11.11, Municipal Accommodation Tax Implementation Plan. Dan.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. This is staff's implementation plan for considering a municipal accommodation tax or MAT tax in the township. We have two sort of parallel systems going on right now. We have the MAT implementation study that Council approved in the 2025 budget, and we also have the ongoing economic development and tourism strategy that was approved in the 2024 budget that will be coming to Council this summer. So in terms of the benefits of the MAT, I'm not going to go into it in too much detail, but in short, it provides a consistent and dedicated revenue stream from the tourism sector that can be much needed revenue within a municipality, including Centre Wellington. And it's typically a set percentage, such as 4% added to an accommodation invoice and remitted to a municipality or a corporation. We have a regulation 43517, which is the transient accommodation tax legislation or regulation of the Municipal Act that says that a municipality must share at least 50% of MAT revenues with a designated eligible tourism entity. And with that, the most common use of that is a destination marketing organization or a DMO. We are proposing through this implementation to consider establishing our own destination marketing organization through what is known as a Municipal Service Corporation or an MSC. I know there's a lot of abbreviations in this report, so I apologize. So this separate organization would be in charge of destination marketing and would receive at least 50% of the MAT revenues, and we'd get into the more specifics of that in a future phase of the implementation plan. In regards to the economic development and tourism strategy, we are proceeding with a final report to Council in June or July, and it is establishing a recommendation to create a DMO, a destination marketing organization, that would recommend or put in place a MAT going forward. We understand that Council hasn't seen that report yet, but what we are suggesting at this point is to get started on initial phases of the MAT implementation plan in advance so that we have partially finished that implementation plan and you can view that at the same time as the economic development and tourism strategy. And I'll show you how that lines up in a minute here. So with that, we would be establishing a new company, a municipal service corporation, and the specific scope of work of that company would be something we would decide on at a later date, but it would be governed through a board of directors. The board of directors more or less would be retained through their skill set and what they can provide to the organization, in this case, very tourism focused. We would have a service agreement between this corporation and the township to make sure that they are meeting the township's strategic objectives and providing the service that we feel that they should be providing. Any other mandate pieces to that corporation, again, will be established at a later date. In terms of a recommended approach to implementing a MAT, we've suggested 4 stages or 4 steps. The first one is to spend some time to determine the appropriate structure for this new municipal service corporation. Where does it fit in the township's organizational structure? We would look at best practices and what other similar municipalities have implemented. We would try to work at a high level at the overall responsibility of the service corporation, roles, responsibilities, what some of the content of that service agreement would be between the company and the township, and what some of the revenue allocations would be from the township to that company to operate. Step 2 is there's a legislative requirement to prepare a case study in order to establish this new corporation. We would prepare this case study and then report back to council. So council would get a touch point where we've decided on a structure and we've written a case study, and then we would stop there until council approves us to move forward to step 3. And that is where you would have seen the economic development and tourism strategy. And then you can use that as well as our report on the case study to make an informed decision to either allow us or not allow us to move to step 3. Step 3 would be community engagement to get community feedback and comments on the proposed strategy to put a MAT in place through this new corporation. And then we'd report back to council after that and community engagement so that we get permission to go to step 4. And that is where step 4, we would put the necessary corporation in place, any bylaws, the service agreement. That's where you put all the documents together, legal documents to create this entity and move forward with the MAT tax. So we could wait until you see the economic development and tourism strategy first, but that would mean we wouldn't start step 1 until fall of this year, which is an acceptable approach. But we're under the understanding that we want to put a MAT in place as soon as possible, or consider a MAT as soon as possible. So we are hoping we could get going on steps 1 and 2 before you see the economic development and tourism strategy, and then we can make an assessment if we're going to step 3 or not after you've read it. So that is the recommendation at this point, that you agree in principle to establish a MAT, a municipal accommodation tax, through a municipal service corporation, and that you agree to the implementation plan that we've outlined in the report.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Questions, comments? Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and through you. Thank you, Dan, for the report and the presentation. We appreciate that. And yeah, I'm totally comfortable with proceeding now. So the sooner the better, in my opinion. So I think step 1 and step 2 look really solid and a good strategy. My only thing I wanted to comment on when you were talking was the focus on tourism, but it's my understanding that these organizations can be a combination of tourism and economic development. So are we thinking there'd be some element of economic development that goes beyond tourism that would be combined with this, or is it going to be focused on tourism?
Through Mayor Waters, at a minimum, it has to include tourism to set up that DMO piece that can receive at least half of the MAT revenue. We will consider whether that is the sole scope of this service corporation through step 1. And if another service area like economic development makes sense, we can assess it at that time.
Councillor Evoy.
Through you, I absolutely agree. I say let's move forward. I think we've got a lot of questions, including our STRs. And so I think the more prelim work that we can get done now and what we can figure out, I think I'm certainly in agreement of a MAT for sure. But who gets it when, blah, blah, blah. Those are really deep questions that we have to ask. So I would say get going, because we definitely have a lot of work to do on this. So thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
So step 1 and step 2, and then this could be kiboshed at step 3. How much money are we going to spend by step 3?
Through Mayor Waters, yes, you're basically giving us permission to do steps 1 and 2. We don't have detailed cost estimates for step 1 and 2, but we do anticipate step 2, which is the business case study, to be done in-house by township staff. So that's more of a staff time item, but we do require assistance in step 1 to look at best practices and advice on structure. So if I were to guess, most of the funding is required for steps 3 and 4, but we do need some for step 1.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Just want to say that I also agree with moving this forward right now. And I think it's good to see this report here. I think the conversation of a MAT tax came up in our very first strategic action workshop. So it's good to see this report. I know there's been a lot of other competing priorities before to get this here, but I think it's another good step for us to kind of have the costs related to tourism being paid for by tourism. So thank you.
Okay, there are no other further questions or comments. I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington agree in principle to establishing a municipal accommodation tax and the required municipal service corporation, and that the Council approve the municipal accommodation tax implementation approach as outlined in a report CAO 2025-06. Do I have a mover on that? Councillor Evoy, Secretary Councillor McDonald. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's so moved. Thank you, Dan. Let's move down to item 12, bylaws, 2025-27, a bylaw to amend the bylaw of 6023 as amended, being a bylaw to regulate parking or stopping vehicles on highways, public parking lots, and private property within the Township of Centre Wellington. Next, 2025-28, a bylaw to appoint a chief building official, deputy chief building official, and building officials inspectors, and repeal bylaw 2022-63. Next, 2025-29, a bylaw to establish a reserve and reserve fund policy, and repeal bylaw 2024-21. Recommendation that bylaws 2025-27 through 2025-29 be read a first, second, and third time and passed, signed by the mayor and clerk, and corporate seal affixed. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder Councillor Craddock. All those in favor? So moved. Notice of motions.
None.
Motions where notice have been given.
None.
Confirmatory bylaw, a bylaw to confirm the actions of council. Recommendation that bylaw 2025-30 to confirm the proceedings of council at its meeting held April 28, 2025 be introduced a first, second, and third time and passed in open council. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor McDonald, seconder on that. Councillor Jefferson, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Mover for adjournment. Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor Craddock, all those in favor? Thank you very much. Have a good night.